Why, hello there, everyone. Good evening. I was making a last-ditch effort to find my tri-wing screwdriver, which I could not find, so we are not swapping GBA batteries tonight. But anyway, how's everyone doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right, and hopefully y'all can also hear Fenris Wolf Retro over there on the Discord call, who will be walking me through this. I mean, we are looking at a real dum-dum, starting from basically very little knowledge. So there are our pop-ups. I can reposition that. I wasn't sure where that was going to be appearing.
I couldn't even read that one. Shit.
There we go. Here, let me... Yeah, that'd be fine for the other one. Yeah, that'd be fine if that covers that up. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent, y'all. Let me read that before we get going any further. There was a $5 super chat from Cade the Squirrel. Thank you so much. Saying the top thing to remember is that heat kills batteries. Good luck. Hopefully this will be the start of a long soldering hobby for you. Or not, but the soldering is very fun. I mean, so, you know, for clarity, you know, this started by me asking Fenris, you know, I mean, this is something I've wanted to do for many years. Like, even thought about making a stream out of it many, many years ago. I mean, before we even knew Fenris. And I wanted to do this just so I didn't have to rely on other people, because it's always like, you know, changing batteries is just like the most mundane soldering job, and it's like it's kind of obnoxious to ask your friends who know how to do this, like, can you help me change my game cartridge batteries? It's like, I should really, at the bare minimum, learn to do this myself. You know, I don't think the idea of like doing my own mods and stuff sounds particularly appealing or anything, but just the bare basics, changing batteries, seems like something I should be able to do myself. And you know, like Cade the Squirrel says, maybe this could be the start of a long soldering hobby. Currently, I don't foresee that, but who knows? We'll see. You know, that's why I'm not starting off here with like the craziest soldering station or anything. You know, you had mentioned to me, Fenris, that you know, Corey's got this like high-end, like Hako, I think the brand is, that's, you know, I think like a couple $100 maybe, or at least over 100 at least. And I don't need that if like all I'm looking to do right now is change batteries, but I do need temperature control, and I do need various supplies and things that, you know, we'll go through. So, you know, no one should take this stream as this is exactly how you should do things, but this is, you know, real dum-dum learning to do the basics. The most I've done with a soldering iron before, if you remember the Game Boy RGB episode, I fixed the vertical lines on my DMG Game Boy. And that was pretty challenging. You know, I bought just a single temperature soldering iron. I don't even know where it is right now. Very cheap, and, you know, just rubbed along that connector there to get that connection to be stronger. And it did not go very well at first. I feel like it took me 40, 60 minutes to like finally feel like I got it. Because it took a while, because like some lines would go out and some would come back, and I finally got it. And hey, guess what? You know, as of the last time I've turned on that Game Boy, still perfect. So Joe says vertical lines could be seen as a harder job.
So
Have you ever done that? Fixed vertical lines on a Game Boy?
yeah, I've fixed plenty of Game Boys that were like that. Um, if I remember correctly, the reason why it's like that is because there's an adhesive. The way that the ribbon is connected to the screen, it's like an electrically conductive adhesive. The It's kind of like the Virtual Boy in a way. In fact, that's common with a lot of LCD technology. The only problem with those is that if you're not careful, you can just totally scorch the ribbon, and if that happens, well,
Yeah, I mean, so
yeah,
the way I did it, I probably, it was probably a good chunk of luck, honestly, that I didn't make it worse. That over the whole session of very nervously moving that back and forth along that connection, eventually ended up perfect. So
you want to know something funny though? It's funny you mentioned that because one night while I was scrolling through AliExpress, I found out they make tips for those cheap wood burning irons that it's literally like some sort of tip with like a silicone top on it that's made specifically for readhering those LCD ribbons.
wow. Okay, so that's I guess a somewhat common design outside of just the Game Boy then.
Yeah. So, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they still use it with LCDs today.
So anyway, so I mean, let's go through kind of what we've got here. Well, I've got this soldering iron. It was $40 iron. Um, with this little control box here, and a little thing to stick it in here. Not 100% positive it's actually heating up. Though I guess
So,
we'll find out.
if it's not heating up or if it's like in sleep mode, just press the dial and it should turn. It should turn it back on.
Okay, I think it may have.
Oh, heard it.
Yeah, it may have like woken back up when I pulled the iron out because the temperature changed.
Okay.
So you recommended having it set for 320.
Yes, and the reason why is because I know like like I've since recently updated my information, not in a video, but the average soldering temperature you want to be at leaded solder is 330 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry, Celsius. But the problem is we're working with batteries. Too much heat applied to a battery, you can pop it. So 320 it should be enough to still melt it because I think the melting temperature of leaded solder is 185 degrees Celsius. So we're still operating within proper spec. You just might have like slightly cold joints.
Yeah, and that's a good point. We are using leaded solder. Obviously, like do not eat. Any other safety instructions or make the argument for leaded solder? I mean, I believe it's got a lower melting temperature, is considered to have a better circuit, right? Or make a better circuit.
So leaded solder is a little more durable, more durable than lead free. So a lot of these like boards, game PCBs from like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they use leaded solder. It wasn't until like the mid 2000s was when they had to change to lead free solder due to European laws. That's why we have the ROHS or ROHS compliancy. Because leaded solder or just lead in general is toxic.
Right.
So, but the thing is though, leaded solder is still like the way to go because it's just a lot more solid than lead free.
Yeah. And I think the main thing is, just in general, they don't want this stuff to like end up in landfills and getting back into the earth and et cetera, et cetera. You know, but obviously I'm doing stuff with things I intend to keep, right? So, you know, and my understanding is, you know, it's, you know, safe to handle, you know, just use common sense, wash your hands, you know, don't eat at your soldering station, wash your hands before you eat. Don't, you know, just common sense, right?
Yeah, it's just common sense. Common sense play is the way to go here.
Yeah. And I'm seeing some people say don't breathe, but what I've read is that there's, you know, almost no lead in the actual vapor that comes off. Like it's mostly flux, apparently, that's in what comes off.
Well, the chemistry of flux isn't necessarily pleasant to breathe either. I mean, even like I have an MG Chemicals bottle like literally next to my foot that has like the Prop 65 warning. This thing can cause cancer. So can like most of the other things that you can buy these days, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even outside of California, we get those as well. So now what you told me to get was this Chip Quick flux, which I think is a bit different from what I've seen in a lot of other videos. That's a much more watery flux. And what I thought was interesting was the packaging for this or the listing for it. Either one said something to the effect of like no clean flux, but you told me specifically like, oh, get some toothbrushes and isopropyl alcohol because it's sticky and you're going to want to clean it off. So it sounds like the no clean aspect of this flux is not
it's true. You can just not clean it. It's just it doesn't look or feel very good afterwards. Like it's like you may have just caressed Slimer from Ghostbusters.
No, I do not wish to caress Slimer.
It's just very gross.
So regarding the flux, maybe we should like kind of talk about this because, you know, people who are watching who, you know even less about soldering than I do or starting at an even lower point. Like I barely know what flux is and why we use it. Like I know it seems to, it almost seems like it like attracts the solder to the correct point somehow. I don't know. Like I watched Coury do this and I'm like, what is this stuff? How does this work? I don't know. Like what explain flux.
So I'll try to explain it in a very simple way. So first of all, flux is mainly used to break down oxidation on metal. So if say that you have like an older PCB that like has like a very thin layer of oxidation on it, you apply flux and then you apply heat to it so that way it breaks down that oxidation. As well, it does help with adhering solder to the contact that you want to put it on. It also if you're running a little cold, it also prevents it from like blobbing in a way. Technically, you can just fix that with just making sure that you're working with higher temps. But in this case, we don't want to be working with too high a temps because we don't want to blow the batteries.
Right.
I literally had to fix, and I'm not kidding when I say this, I had a copy of Nest Open Tournament Golf the other day where I'm not even kidding. I touched it once with my iron and it exploded. The battery.
Well, we'll endeavor to not do that. Now, I saw Shadowmask say you won't need the Chip Quick. I mean, I don't know if he just means like, I don't need flux that good for this, or you don't necessarily need flux at all to do this process, but I've always seen people use flux for even, for batteries, something as simple as that.
Chip Quick, the most famous thing that Chip Quick makes is bismuth solder, or I forget the actual name for it, or the brand name for it. But basically, bismuth solder has a very, very, very low melting temperature, and it stays liquid much longer than leaded or lead-free solder. So it's great for like surface mount removal. but that's not what we're working with here. We're working with the flux that's from Chipquik. Chipquik is just the brand for like various soldering equipment. And
And
saying
so,
bad, I said bismuth, not business.
and so we got a solder sucker here. So we have to take the oldest solder off. We have to get it to be essentially liquid, right? And then,
Yeah.
I believe the way this thing works is you push down the spring and then just get it over the solder, and then you just press the button and it just
Suck it out.
sucks it out. And then it's like immediately, and then I guess it just stores it inside this thing. And then do I empty it, or do I just like get a new one when it's full? I don't know.
You can empty it. I think if I remember correctly, the tip of your pump actually unscrews.
Mhm.
A lot of times though, I like to just break it down wholesale, and then like clean everything out and then put it back together. There's a screw on the back of it that allows you to do that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. And then we've got wick, which is like that's what you do to like clean solder residue off of the contacts, right? Pretty much, or if you make a mess anywhere else, I suppose.
Not exactly. So it sucks up solder. It's like a sponge. It's This is what we're going to be working with mostly when it's surface mount material. So Game Boy Color batteries, Game Boy Advance batteries, you use wick. You don't use the pump. The pump is normally for through holes. So that's like your Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis,
so
etc.
the sucker I only use on the big carts.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't need wick really on that then.
Yeah, you don't use you can use wick on Nintendo, Super Nintendo,
if you need to clean something up, I guess.
If you really want to, but the thing is though, you end up wasting a lot of wick doing that. I only really use the wick if I ever really need to, or specifically, but most of the time I'm using it for surface mount. So in this case, we're going to be using it to clean the pads from the battery terminals, so that way we can introduce clean fresh solder to it. That way we're not mixing chemistries with old solder.
Right. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. We got batteries here. We got the big ones, the small ones. So this right here, this isn't really a real game that I care about. Like I bought a bunch of like $1 and $2 Game Boy and GBA games many years ago, and then like removed the labels just to use them as like dust covers for like different devices. And so this is one of those PCBs. You looked at the ROM number, I guess, to determine this is like Mia Hamm Soccer or something like that.
Yeah, basically I had to zoom way in just to see the chip, because that's the way you can identify like what game you have. If it's either a blank cart or someone's trying to pull one on you and say like, oh, you got Shantae. It's actually just a relabeled like sports game or some crap like that. But yeah, when you sent me the picture of like your setup, I was like, hang on, let me see what this game is.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, so do you think maybe starting with Game Boy would be easier, or do you think starting with Super Famicom would be easier?
Game Boy.
Okay.
Because at least everything is on one surface, and it's easier to work with a surface mount battery than a through hole battery.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I trust it. So, now as we get going here, this mat has various like sections that I guess I could put, things into. And we've got this as well. I told you when we were going over the things that I had bought, I'm like, wait, what about the crinkly shiny stuff? Like I see that in every soldering station I've ever seen. I'm like, I don't know what you call it. I don't know what you do with it. I don't know why we have to have the crinkly shiny stuff. And
I was so confused when you texted me crinkly, shiny stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I had to think for a moment. I'm like, oh, he's talking about the wire sponge that you use to clean the tip.
yeah. So yeah, and also as part of like cleaning the tip or doing whatever, there's like a very thin, dry sponge that you can see a little bit of yellow right there that I'm supposed to put distilled water on. I should probably like not try to pour out of this giant jug onto that tiny little sponge. Um,
What I usually do is I just uncap it, put the sponge on top of it, and then like quickly tilt it.
mm. Yeah. So what's the process there between like what's the order of operations between taking this out, doing something with the sponge, doing something with the crinkly stuff, and then as putting it back as well.
So order of operation goes like this: you take your iron out, you stab the wire sponge, and then you just kind of wipe your tip on the sponge, and then you're good to go.
And that's
For soldering.
basically for what?
It's to clean the tip. You want to clean your tip because otherwise you could end up with some crap on it
Mm.
that could end up on the solder itself. It could either weaken the chemistry, it could cause cracking and stuff like that. You want to make sure your tip is clean so you don't have a bunch of crap in it.
So, and then after I do my stuff, is that when I put it in the crinkly stuff? Which I see Master Yoda saying I love crinkly stuff. I will forever call it that now.
Yeah. So
Because what it is.
so you just kind of need to you just kind of repeat that process like in between jobs.
Okay.
So you
So
don't need to
like I
do it
don't
like
really need to do that until like I'm done with this game or maybe done for the night.
yeah, you can do it like maybe once before you work on each cart.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There was a few packages of the crinkly stuff that this little holder came with several packages, so I guess I dispose of it somehow eventually.
I don't I don't know what's more cursed, the fact that you call wire sponge crinkly stuff, or the fact that one of my friends calls spudgers pokey screepy things.
Well, um so well, I guess I'll go ahead and get this sponge wet. Is that's as good a place to start as any, I guess.
Yeah, uh, probably a good place to start. I love how it just kind of looks like a cartoon cheese.
I mean, like I don't think you understand how thin this is. It's like almost as thin as a Game Boy. It's actually almost the exact size. It's the exact sizes of a Game Boy cart, PCB anyway. It's just as thin too. It's real thin. Hopefully, it's good enough. Um, let me get a paper cup to pour the water in, and then I will pour a bit of that onto that. I think that'll be the way to go.
It's kind of crinkly. I would agree. If y'all are wondering what I'm drinking Airhead soda because I found it at a Dollar Tree and I thought it was interesting.
That does sound interesting. All right. I mean, I don't guess I need too much of this. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to have to like replenish it at some point. I saw someone say you can just use tap water, but you did recommend the distilled water.
Yeah. You don't want to use tap water with the sponge. Yes, it technically works, but the problem is that tap water has minerals in it that could also gunk up your solder. So you want to use distilled water in order to ensure that the sponge stays pure.
Okay, well, it's thickening up. It's sponging, doing the sponge thing. Okay. I am still, I'm not going to like touch it, but I'm still not convinced this is actually hot. I kind of don't think it is.
It should tell you what the temperature is on the front.
I mean, it's saying 320 and 320.
So take a bit of the solder and just touch the tip.
Okay.
That's a good way to touch. That's a good way of testing to make sure the iron's good.
But before we really get going with all this stuff, let's make sure, like for one, how do I open the flux? Like there's a few thingers that came with the flux. These thingers.
Oh, so first of all, you need to assemble the actual plunger piece. So you should have gotten a shaft with the black plunger pod. You threw away the shaft, didn't you?
No, I don't think there was anything like that. I didn't throw away anything. This thing was just a knob. There was a little warning here. It says this piece is only for manual dispensing. Do not install if using pneumatic equipment.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Push rubber tip onto plunger. Make sure orange screw cap is tight to prevent dispensing. Push plunger into syringe.
Your thing. So the actual shaft is part of the plunger piece, and so that's what you need to push the flux out of the tube. So it looks like you're missing a piece.
Really? I mean, I wouldn't have thrown anything away.
So, and still make this work. It's just gonna be very janky.
This thing.
Yes, that is the piece.
I mean, it's so nondescript. It just, blends into the background.
Oh my god!
I told you, we're working with a real dum dum here. we're in for a night, y'all.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to take the black tip and pop it onto the rounded bit. Like, make sure it's actually like seated on.
Yeah, okay. I can do. Look at that. Look at that.
Yep.
Amazing.
So next, you want to pop out the orange cover that's on the entryway of your.
This part, the big part, or the small orange or big orange?
Big orange.
Big orange. Okay, we're using technical terms here.
Yeah, we're gonna pop up the big orange to enter the shaft into the tunnel.
Pop up the big orange. Okay, so we just is big orange something that needs to stay on it, or is this just part of constructing the mechanism?
It's basically just to prevent the flux from oxidizing while stored away. But we don't need to worry about it once we put the shaft in, we're good to go. We just need to remove that piece. And
big orange has been removed.
Yeah. You put the shaft in the hole and you press down hard.
Well, but I don't want it to start coming out of here. But it's got a cap on it.
Yeah, it won't. You just need to press down until you feel like it's really tight.
I saw some squishiness.
Yeah, so you're good to go.
Okay, we're getting some squishiness in there.
Yeah, so you're good. You're good. So now you just unscrew the tiny orange and you screw on the needle. Whichever needle you want to use is up to you. I like to use the metal one.
Okay. So these are. I thought I was going to be using it to like. I think I finally feel some heat over here.
So now you just need to screw that on, finger tight.
Okay.
And there you go.
Supposedly, it will come out of there. Okay.
Yeah, it's a syringe, so you just got to push down on the shaft, nice and firm. Don't press too hard, and the flux will come out.
Okay.
If it sounds like I'm choosing my words very carefully for the audience, you're darn right I am.
Well, you're choosing your words carefully for me. I need clear instructions for anything, pretty much. Okay. Now this is Game Boy, so we're gonna have to work with flux here. How do I like tear off flux?
You don't. So we're working with the wick. So
Not flux, wick, wick. I meant wick. Sorry.
Yeah. So you see how there's like a little bit hanging out on the spool?
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
You just pull it and it should expose some. Yeah, there you go. So there's two approaches you can have to this. You can either A, kind of use it like a sponge method where you just cut bits and pieces of it and then just wipe it, or B, and this is the method I like to use, I just keep it on the roll and then just kind of pull more out as I need it and only cut out any excess when it gets too long.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any scissors on me, but
Do you have the wire clips?
Oh yeah. We do it. We have flush cutters here, which I mean we may or may not need, I guess, but
you will need that for cutting the wick.
Also, let's.
Oh, we're also going to need the tweezers.
Right. Let's discuss tweezers before we really get going. The package I bought came with a few types. There's like angled, pointy, straight pointy, and then flat. Which ones do you think are going to be preferable for the necessary operations?
So that's really going to... So given the fact that we're working with Game Boy, I'd recommend the angled ones, simply because that gives you a little bit more to work with.
Better leverage.
Yeah, because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be leveraging the battery out carefully.
Yeah.
With the tweezers, because you can do it by hand. It just hurts a lot when you do it by hand. I'm psychotic enough to do it by hand.
So you basically just kind of ease the pointy bit under it and then just boop, pull it out.
Not under the battery, under the tab of the battery.
Raise the tab. So I'm raising the tab up.
Yep.
And that tab is part of the battery assembly itself, right? Because I've got tabs on my replacement batteries here.
Yeah. Yes. It's part of the battery assembly itself.
Okay.
So, yeah, you basically have everything that you need.
Okay. Well, I guess let's get started with removing this battery, right? That's our first step.
Yeah. So what I recommend doing is have your iron with your writing. You hold the iron with your writing hand and hold the tweezers with your secondary hand. So if you're right-handed, hold the iron on your right hand.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is you first have the tweezers already put into place underneath the tab of the battery, and then you take the iron. Okay, actually, let's slow down a bit. So yeah, there you go. Then you take the iron and you just apply the tip to the solder surface
of the tab side.
Yeah, of the tab side that you're currently holding.
Until it kind of just comes up, right?
Yeah. You apply it, and then once it until it melts, and then you could just lift it up, and then once you're able to lift the tab up, quickly.
This is hot.
Yeah. So you just gently lift the tab up.
Yep.
and then don't move. Let it. Let the solder let the solder reharden.
Okay.
So that way you don't end up accidentally reinserting the. Okay, just wait a bit, and then once.
Do I need a wipe on the sponge?
Not yet. So now that you have one tab lifted, keep holding on to that tab, and then apply the soldering iron to the other tab, and then just gently lift the battery out.
Let's see here. Oh. Man, that stuff really does heat back up quickly. Now, I noticed that I got a little bit of kind of gold stuff on the iron here. Like, did I touch something I shouldn't have?
No. You're fine. Basically, it's just basically the metal reacting to the surface of the soldering iron. So all you gotta do from that point is you can just clean the tip.
Okay. So look, I got a battery off. It kind of all happened faster than I thought it would. So I guess I'll just dump that battery there. And so now we gotta clean these pads.
Yeah. So what you do is you just apply I probably should put the iron down for a moment.
When do I wipe it? I need to know.
You can do it now. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that makes a very satisfying sizzle when I touch the sponge. Could y'all hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
All right. I have deposited the iron. Now.
So, now we're going to take our flux, and we're just going to apply a little bit of flux on the two solder pads.
Okay. Now does this need to be a quick operation? Like once I put the flux on, is the clock ticking?
No, not with the flux that we're working with.
Okay.
It's considering the fact that we're working with paste, it lasts a little longer. So all you gotta do is just apply a little bit. You can you don't need to be liberal with it. You can be frugal. You just need a little bit on the terminal.
Okay. Well, I'll have to get a sense of how hard I need to push this.
Don't press too hard. It might burst all over the place.
Oh, here comes some. Here comes some. It's like squeezing a zit. Okay.
There you go. So now comes the fun part. So we're going to take the solder wick, hold that with your non-dominant hand, so I'm assuming your left.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure that the wick is over the surface of one of the two solder pads.
Yeah. It's not, now the wick is not very thick. It's a lot smaller than the pads, but yeah.
And then you take your iron and then you make contact with the solder wick, and then you just gently you have to press it on the solder pad, and then you just gently wick it away.
Mm-hmm.
As the name suggests.
Does it really matter how the angle is oriented?
Just
relative to the pad, or I guess I'll just figure out what works.
Just as long as it's in a way that you don't end up either ripping the pad or scorching your skin.
Or touching to some other component on the board.
Yeah. So you have to press down just a little bit until you... Oh,
okay. But now it's stuck.
No. Don't jerk it around. Don't jerk it around. So just apply the iron to the pad and just wait until it all goes molten, and then wick it away.
So is it kind of just like quick touches, pretty much?
No, you literally like have to press down, not too hard, but just press down on the pad, and then you just kind of guide it out.
Okay, I think I got a good bit of it there. Oops. Oh man, I'm bad at this. I keep getting it stuck.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. So just you want to hold the iron, like literally hold it on there, not just tap it. You literally have to press the iron onto the wick as it's making contact with the pad. So that way it kind of soaks it up, and then you gently rock it away.
I think I need to be applying more. For one, this flux is kind of in the way. Okay. So
If your wick is having a hard time sucking it up, you can apply some flux on the wick itself. But if you are able to suck it up just fine, then just gently work it off.
yeah, well, this is just something you gotta get some technique down for, I guess.
Yeah, it's.
But I should basically see no silver on there by the time I'm done, right?
No, wrong. So you just want it to be flat as possible.
Oh, okay. Well, it's pretty flat. Flat-ish. I mean, I feel a little texture there, but
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to be like super duper flat. Just get as much of the solder off as possible to where it's a flat pad.
Well, let's try the other pad.
It's just something that it's something that you learn more as you get more confident into the process.
Yeah. Oh, that looks better. It looks better.
I love how the comment section is like just clean it up a bit. It ain't NASA, try.
Well, you know. Uh-oh. Got stuck again.
Yeah. That's why you don't like tap it. That's why you actually hold or press down on it with the iron and then you drag it away, because otherwise it gets stuck.
Yep. Yep, I'm bad at that. There we go. Okay. I mean, it's probably flat-ish. Okay-ish, but I've definitely got some messy flux. Ooh, there's some black on the iron.
You're fine with that. That's just old flux residue, which, yep, there you go. Just wipe it off. Wipe it off. So for everyone that's saying like to use the solder sucker, we're mainly just going through the process of actually getting Tri familiar with soldering first. So once he gets to a point where he's confident with just using the iron, then we move on to like using the solder sucker and stuff like that.
And this is a throwaway cart.
Yeah, you don't throw the whole thing away, just the pieces that are used. Oh, well, you're talking about the cartridge.
The cartridge, yeah. I don't care if I screw this one up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the wick.
Now there's some residue. Should we get out like the isopropyl alcohol and?
So, not yet, because we're gonna now be attaching our new battery to it. So once we attach the battery to it, then we can clean it up.
Oh, we don't care about this flux if it's like under the battery?
Well, we're gonna still be using that flux. Since since the flux residue is there, we can still use it.
Okay.
So once we're done using it, then we clean it off.
Okay. So how do I know which tab goes in which direction on a Game Boy cart?
So the side that doesn't have a label or that doesn't have like writing on it is always negative. So if you flip the battery, you can see how there's writing
it says Panasonic on the bottom.
Yeah. Can you also see that there's a plus on that side?
No,
never mind. I see it's covered.
Yeah, it's kind of covered. But
But
I'm
yeah,
guessing the
this,
part that has like the longer tab goes this way, and the part that has the shorter tab, like,
so basically positive to positive, negative to negative. So the side that doesn't have like an indicator, which is uh, the side that has like all the text and stuff, that's your positive. The side that doesn't have all that text and stuff, that's your negative.
oh, so the part that this metal is physically connected to the top, to the writing side. So
That's your positive.
it's
So you have
positive.
you have a positive
Yeah.
terminal and a negative
Okay.
terminal.
Well,
So
that would
you just
keep.
want to make
Yes, that makes sense. And then that way, like, sort of the tab orientation is like the original.
kind of. Sometimes it's different, but um, in this case, it seems to be kind of like the original.
Yeah, yeah,
So all we need to do is make sure that that we line it up with the marks on the board.
yep.
So positive to positive, negative to negative. Which, if I remember correctly, for MBC5, the left pad is positive and the right pad is negative.
Yeah, it says here there's a positive and a positive and negative on the board.
Yeah. Always make sure you don't get this backwards, because you can actually damage a Game Boy cartridge if you solder a battery on backwards.
Okay, well, I mean, it seems like it's positioned right.
Yep. So what we're going to do now is, so now comes the part where we solder it in. So what you want to do is, and I want to make sure that I'm explaining this as clearly as possible. So what you want to do is you first make contact with the pad that you're soldering to with your iron, and then you introduce the solder into it. So basically, you touch the pad first with the iron, and then you bring the solder into that pad.
Now, why do I touch it with the iron before putting the solder into it?
So it heats the pad up, so that that way the solder melts to it.
Okay. Now I noticed this solder is got like kind of an opening there. Like, am I supposed to like keep it in this tube and like somehow feed it through, or?
So you basically you feed the solder through the hole.
Okay, how?
So you first pop out the lid that the hole is on. That's literally just a lid.
I saw that there was one from Kate the Squirrel saying this is where the fun begins. Okay, it's open. We've got solder.
So you see that little string of solder that's there?
Yep.
You pull it out like a worm.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. You don't need like a ton out.
Yep. And then do I put this cap over it then?
Yep. We don't need to go full mast here, but anyways. And that's all she wrote. You just pull some of the solder out.
Yep. And so I grab my iron.
Yep.
I don't need to apply any flux to the top.
Yeah, we don't need to apply flux because we already have flux on the board present.
Yep.
So we apply the iron to the pad, and then you introduce the solder to the pad. Hold the iron to the plate to the pad, and then you introduce the solder.
Uh-oh, I'm sliding. It's sliding.
Yeah, just try to reposition it.
Sorry if I'm covering it up a little. Okay. Ooh. This is probably painful for a great many people.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep holding the iron while introducing solder. Keep the iron on the pad as you touch the solder.
Okay.
So you literally just hold the iron down to it, and then you introduce the solder to it. I think your iron might have gone back to sleep.
Oh wait, no, it's here's coming. There.
There you go.
There's a little glob. I guess it's
Might want to pull out a little more solder so that way you don't accidentally burn the cap.
I think I've got enough out for now. There goes a little glob. Well, sort of.
So
It might be attached.
you might want to apply a little more. We also got a $20 chat from Jersey117 that
Oh.
says, "This is the most enjoyable stream I've ever seen in a long time, but it is also the stream I'm incapable of watching, LOL." So now we just need to...
I mean, how do I know when enough is enough? I mean, it looks pretty attached to me.
Basically, you just want enough to where the battery is making solid contact to the pad. So it's fine if you like have like a
Okay,
little
yeah.
mount.
Okay, it looks good now. Like it looks like the solder is like fully occupying the right pad now, I would say.
Yeah.
So I guess I see now why I need to pull out a little more.
Yeah, your positive terminal is always is sometimes going to have more solder than your negative. You want it covered but not bubbled up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it doesn't look like the solder pads are too close to anything else that's like important.
Well, that's why I also recommend starting with Game Boy.
Not so on Super Famicom, huh?
Well, with Super Famicom, we're dealing with through hole. So that's when we're going to be practicing our pump action.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I think we did it. If I were to put this game inside a cartridge shell, it would probably work.
Well, first let's clean it up. So that's where we're going to bring in the Q-tips and the isopropyl.
Yes. Okay. I've got my little thing I always use for isopropyl. Got a big 99% from Amazon. I know that's probably overkill, but this is what I use for cleaning games. Do I need like some paper towels or something?
Just some Q-tips will work just fine. I know some people say use a toothbrush, but we're not dealing. We'll worry about the toothbrush later with the through-hole stuff. For Game Boy, we could just use cotton swabs.
Mm-hmm. And just generally clean that area, huh?
Yep, just wipe it up.
Do I need to use the dry side at all, or?
Well, you can use the dry side to dry it up, but we're dealing with high percentage. It'll dry on its own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just needs to clean up until it looks good.
Yeah, I mean that makes it look a lot better. But you don't think it's a problem that there was flux, like, you know, on the actual like underside where the battery goes, like away from the pad?
Nah, you're fine. Remember, we're dealing with no clean flux, so we don't. No clean is not like caustic when it's left alone.
I see. So that's why they call it no clean. It doesn't mean it doesn't leave a mess. It just means you don't have to clean it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I think that looks pretty okay.
And to answer your question, Chico Mite, the higher the percentage of isopropyl you have, the better. I don't recommend 70% because there's too much water in it. But yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, I mean, especially that right one, like that looks like a nice, neat little square, I think. The left side looks a little blobbier, but I'm sure it works fine.
Yeah, it looks solid, man.
So I bet that would work. Bella Game says, send you my Pokemon cards to fix now. I don't think I'm selling anyone on my services here tonight. This is probably Game Boy Color, right? So
Yeah, CGB. So that's color Game Boy.
yeah, so I don't have an easy way to. Well, I guess I could put it in the game. Well, but yeah, I don't. It wouldn't be as easy to test that. I mean, I guess I could test it on the Analog Pocket. I mean, should I just put it in a cartridge shell and see?
Might as well.
Or I could probably,
granted-
I could probably just jam it in the Analog Pocket because it's got that shallow cart slot. Why not?
Well, you need a shell so that way it actually makes contact.
Oh,
The shell also.
True.
Yeah, it makes it thick enough to make contact.
Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just
Wait, did you serious? Is this literally just a board only kind of thing?
What do you mean?
Like, do you not have a shell already for this cartridge?
Well, I don't know
Where it went?
Yeah. Well, hang on. I might actually maybe.
Okay, so we got a $10 from EB Chill 2. Don't get discouraged, Try. You're doing great. If I was in your place, I would be justifiably getting choked out by now. I have no skill at all.
I don't know like right now immediately where that would be, but
So everyone's saying that it's Sandy's new toy now.
but I'm just gonna open Japanese Donkey Kong Land 3 and just put it in there. The thing is, so what I did was I bought, these junk carts and used them as like I took the labels off and used the shells as dust covers. But this is one of the games I thought I might try replacing just because like I would actually like to play through this version of this game,
Well, maybe this might be our next.
It might be the next candidate. Okay, I should probably clean the contacts on this. Although honestly, it's easier to do once it's in the shell. So
yeah. Well, what I like to do is with the board out is I use the pencil eraser on the contacts. And then, yeah, I use a pencil eraser and then I.
That was the one thing I did forget to get.
Okay, then.
I might have one. I mean, I probably have one that would be good enough, but usually I can get a game going pretty darn easily with isopropyl.
Is fiberglass pen too much? No, a fiberglass pen isn't too much.
I do have one of those.
Sorry, I only use a fiberglass pen if I absolutely need to, but if it's like a light layer of oxidation, a pencil eraser generally works good.
Oh boy! Make sure
I think those Airhead sodas are starting to fight with me now.
Uh-oh. Doesn't try out a pencil. Listen, after high school, how often do you really need a pencil?
True. Well, I still use pencils when on the rare occasion that I need to punch in some holes in an Atari 2600 for like the RCA jacks. But that's only to mark where to put the holes. Ooh, that's squeaky.
Squeaky clean. I mean, almost nothing came out of this. This was a well cared for copy of Mia Hamm Soccer until it was in my possession. Here's one of the ones I did for GBA. See, I just took I basically like dumped the cartridge in isopropyl alcohol until the label just came off. And, you know, use them as dust cover. So, see, I had used it in my analog pocket. All right, let's see if... do you think I'm the first person in the world to have ever put a Mia Hamm soccer into a Japanese Donkey Kong Land 3 cartridge shell?
You're probably the first one insane enough to do it.
Y'all are watching history here. All right, play cartridge. Man, you were right. Even the analog pocket knows. Can you see it at the top there? Mia Hamm soccer shootout. You were right. Look at this here. Look at this. I didn't break it.
No, you did not.
So let's see if how do I save, like, let's see.
I don't know.
Cup tournament load. There is a load. Oh, maybe it's like I make like maybe I make a like a quick save or something.
Again, I don't know. I've never.
So I'm going to see.
Let's
see. Single match, difficulty easy. I mean, I don't know how to play soccer. This does not look amazing, if you were wondering.
It certainly looks like Game Boy Soccer.
Yep. Okay, so like if I pause, okay, quit game. Yeah, there's no like clear like, okay, like here's like you can enter your name or something like that.
Like not even like a team creation or something like that?
Well, there is. No, yeah, there's not much. Like none of these modes really seem to offer like any sort of like anything going on. But at least I didn't break the game. We know that much. So we're probably okay to
move on.
Like try a real game.
Well, we have the board of a real game sitting right now.
We do. So let's do it, I guess. Or I wonder if we could determine anything quicker with like a regular Game Boy game. Let's do a regular Game Boy game.
So we're going back to DMG territory.
Yeah, well, only because like if I test the game, I can like actually play it full screen. I'm not really set up to do Game Boy Color easily that way right now.
Which is funny because we're doing a Game Boy Color game right now. Oh, well, wait, no, sorry. The Demo Kirby with the $5 says $5 prize for a solder job.
Yeah, I'll have to keep this Mia Hamm soccer forever. It'll be, my Scrooge McDuck lucky dime.
You know what you should do? You should get like a tiny little shadow box and like a small little placard that says tries for a solder job and then just put the date on it.
Yeah, I should. I can proudly put it on the website where I sell my soldering services that absolutely no one should take me up on. Okay, I'm going. Yeah, the only reason is it's just like it's more boring for y'all to see the GBC because I can't like play it full screen for testing.
I mean, the Game Boy is not that much. Oh no, wait, you have the Super Game Boy.
I can do Super Game Boy. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm going to put that screw back in here so I don't get things lost.
Although you just made me realize, so I'm going to be going to Japan next year again.
Yeah.
And I think this time around, instead of focusing on broken consoles, because oh my god, that quickly took up a lot of space in my check-in.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
might actually go for some game. Oh my god, what
yes,
happened to that Donkey Kong?
you might notice that despite Donkey Kong being one of the best Game Boy games, there's never B-roll of me inserting it into anything. And that's because this is what my Donkey Kong looks like.
I have 2 copies of Donkey Kong. I have a regular American one, and I have an official Chinese one.
And Eric says, I don't deserve Donkey Kong. This was my friend's fault. My friend borrowed this game, and when he was done with it, he was riding his bike back to my house to
He ran it over.
deliver it, and the plastic bag that he was carrying stuff in, like, got caught in the wheel of the bike, and
So we have a $5 from Aerial Aces, going to make a My Life in Gaming shirt advertising tries solder services that says just the tip.
Was there another one before Aerial Aces, or?
That was the demo Kirby.
Okay, yes. So anyway, yeah. So here's my Donkey Kong. I am the original owner of this Donkey Kong.
So it got ran over by,
or it
your
got
friend.
caught in a bike wheel. But I have lost saves from this cartridge.
So we can confirm the battery is dead.
Well, there have been times where, you know, a certain game I lose the save, but then like I make a new save and it stays for a long time, you know? But obviously it's an unreliable battery. I wouldn't want to like really put much time into a game where I'd previously lost a save. So this is an example of one of those. Of course, I did stream this a couple of years ago. You know, that save might be on there, but you know, the thing is, Coury backed up like almost all of our useful saves in 2019, and in fact changed a number of my batteries, and I have them marked on my backloggery which ones were changed in 2019, and I'll do the same with these, that these were changed in 2025. Anyway, by the way, I never used the crinkly stuff. Should I have used the crinkly stuff at some point?
Well, that's for cleaning solder off the tip. So you just, like I said, the order is you stab the solder, you stab the wire sponge with your iron, and then you wipe it on the sponge. That's the normal order that you go with.
So, anyway, let's get this Donkey Kong battery off. Do I have another small one already out, ready to go? I thought I did.
There's got to be a CR1616 somewhere. It's kind of funny that of all the Game Boy games that you could have picked,
here it is.
You picked the one that was advertised to go with the Super Game Boy.
Yeah, true. All right. So for this one, so positive is the bottom, and this is marked the same way as the other. So, okay. So basically, I just pry it loose first. That's how we start here, right?
Yes, you need to firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it. Yep. And I guess like maybe like apply a little leverage with like my pinky so that like I can like pull it up.
Well, also hold the board down.
Well, that's what I mean. Like hold it with my see, I'm holding the board with my fingers, sort of.
Yeah.
So just heat that
up. Why not snip it out? The reason why we don't want to snip it out is because it just create more of a mess. We don't need to snip the batteries.
It's came loose a little bit, but
You want to hold the iron onto the pad the same way as you would with soldering it.
uh-oh.
You hold it. You hold it onto the
Here,
onto the pad until it goes fully molten, and then you lift it.
I pulled it up just a little, but it's not going as smoothly as I wanted.
It's definitely melting, right?
Yeah, it has, and I moved it up a bit, but then it oh, there we go. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so we got one tab lifted, and then now we just
I
lift
hold
the
it
other
the
one.
same way as the other one.
Yeah. You just press down until it goes molten, and then you almost got it. There you go.
I heard something like a wee little bit of a squeak there. I hope that wasn't me putting the iron too close to the battery or something.
No, you're good. You're good. Just a little bit of metal rubbing.
Okay, so now the next step is flux on those pads. Ooh, I'm going to use should I use the crinkly stuff?
Yes, go ahead. Use the crinkly stuff.
I'm going to use the crinkly stuff. Ooh. There we go. I've crinkled. There we go. There's still a lot of black residue on the iron tip even after I put it on the sponge, but
You're fine.
all right, so now we
Apply the flux.
We apply the flux to these pads. What's this little section under the one that I'm applying flux to now? Almost looks like a fuse or something would go in there.
That's so that those are unused spots for
Connecting
through hole capacitors, actually.
If the game needed something else for whatever reason.
No, so basically, like, instead of using surface mount capacitors, they would just use through hole capacitors and solder it onto surface mount pads. So, some Game Boy cartridges have that. I think my copy of Donkey Kong has that. But it's nothing like super major.
Yeah. Okay, this wick part was what I felt the least confident on last time.
Yeah.
So let's see how this goes this time.
So all you gotta do is just press down on the wick and the pad, and then just gently guide it out.
Okay.
We might want to cut off some of the
yeah,
used
I'm
wick,
going to have
though.
to get some scissors pretty soon, I think.
Or just use the flush cuts.
Oh, duh, right. We do have that. Okay, it's not perfect, but probably okay.
Looks fine.
There we go. Okay. Do the other pad. Ooh, there's a little capacitor there. Don't want to get on that. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm seeing in the comment section right now, they're all saying basically the same thing. More heat on the pad, hold it down on the pad, lay the flat end of the iron down onto the wick / pad, then lift together.
Yeah, they have to lift together. That's the tricky part. Okay, I mean it's probably flat enough. What should I wick a little more off of that?
The positive terminal could use. You know what? What you could do for the positive terminal is just like kind of brush it with the soldering iron to flatten it out. Flatten out the solder.
Let me try it with a little more wick.
Yeah. You should see your solder on the wick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay, what is the method of changing a battery in a PS2? Is it a similar thing, or they could be so? Mellow Gaming, for the PS2, it depends. Earlier PS2s, it's literally just a coin cell battery that you have to take, but you have to take apart the whole system in order to access that battery. For later PS2s, however, it's a like the Slimline. If I remember correctly, it's a battery that you plug in with a MLiG connector. So either way, you have to crack open the PS2 wholesale to get access to the battery.
Maybe just a little more on this one. So, like, should I actually be like, should the wick itself be kind of moving along the pad with the iron?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Got stuck.
Don't pull. Don't pull. When it gets stuck, do not pull.
There we go. Okay, that does look better. Okay. So now we just go ahead and get the new battery in place.
Yep.
Okay. Positive is bottom.
Tell him to poke the crinkly stuff before wiping the sponge.
Ooh, I should.
Your audience wants you to keep stabbing the crinkly stuff.
I do like the crinkly stuff. It's very shiny. Okay. Actually getting the battery in place and then keeping it relatively stationary whilst soldering is a little scary for me.
See, I'm instructing you in such a way that like it's actually safe, because me personally, I like to do something called the spider finger method, where it's like literally I hold the battery down with my ring finger, then I use my index and middle finger to introduce the solder to the pad, while using my thumb to hold down the board, and then I just apply the solder that way. It's not a method I recommend because it's very dangerous and you can burn your fingers, but I've been doing it for so long that I've become proficient at it.
Okay, so now I should hold the iron on the pad,
you hold it
for a few seconds and then introduce solder.
Yes.
Okay.
Then you bring in the solder while it's still on the pad.
I think it looks
good.
There
you go.
It looks good. I think that's probably okay.
Okay, looks okay from my angle.
Yeah, there maybe it need maybe
A
the
little more wouldn't
little
hurt.
more. Yeah. Uh-oh. There. My, the solder tube got stuck to it. Or I mean, not the tube, but I mean, the solder I was using. Okay, I'm gonna crinkle it up. I'm sorry the crinkly
Something
stuff is not clearly on camera.
something about Super Mario World on loop during this whole thing is hilarious to me.
Well, now that is a game that Coury replaced the battery in. But also, the reason I started with Super Mario World on there was because the Japanese version is the first one I want to try for the through-hole batteries. Because that's just like kind of one of the lowest stakes carts I could work on. Okay, so this is here. I should clean up the flux with some isopropyl.
Yep. So I do see some people saying about like tinning the pad. Well, technically speaking, the pads are already tinned because it still has solder on it. I get what you're saying though, and that is certainly a method. Like tin the pad and then you introduce the battery into it. We're just doing it this way because it's a little easier for try to learn how to solder.
What does I've heard the term tinning, but what does that mean?
It basically you apply solder to the to a surface. So you apply solder to a surface preemptively. So like tinning the tip of your iron, you apply a little solder to the tip. Tinning the pad, you apply solder to the pad. It makes it easier for like surface mount parts, so that way you can just bring the part in as you apply the iron to those pads. It's a little trickier for beginners, and this is why I'm having you do it this way, so that way you can still get familiar with the process of soldering.
I think that looks okay. I think that'll do. Well, I guess my hands look clean. So I'll pop it in the Super Game Boy and see if a save will stick.
Pause. Check the negative surface of the battery. Make sure there's no solder on the battery itself.
Ooh.
If there is, take your tweezers and just kind of pop it off.
It's hard to tell. I mean, there is a little something kind
I see a tiny blob.
of.
So
Yeah.
see if you can kind of like pick it off.
How bad is that? Oh.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, it could be bad because if that little blob is making the positive and negative terminals like make contact, it shorts the battery.
Ooh. Does that potentially hurt the board?
Yes, and the battery. But it looks like
I
you're
see
good
a
now.
little growtiness like kind of in the seam there, but
You might be fine.
I might be fine.
Might be, because the thing is though, it's like I'm not like there with you.
I know,
Too.
but
I don't see any extra solder though. I think we got the little blob off.
yeah, there was a blob. I mean, there's just kind of some dark stuff. It might be flux residue.
Yeah, it might just be some flux residue. So do we have a voltage meter? We do not have a multimeter on us at this time.
I mean, I do have a multimeter somewhere, but I don't really know how to use it. I guess we could learn.
I mean, we could.
I guess we could. What will that tell us?
Whether or not, number one, that the battery is good. Number two, making sure that it's not shorting.
Okay. Let me see if I can dig it up. I'm pretty sure I know where it is.
Would you use a plasma or HD CRT for PS3 gaming? I would say HD CRT. Plasmas don't necessarily look that great, and I know like a lot of plasmas tend to have some pretty gnarly input lag.
Plasmas, a lot of I'm not like good plasmas are great, but there's also a lot of bad plasmas out there.
Yeah,
They have a lot of noise. Just they're very noisy pictures.
yeah. I was never a fan of the plasma TV, even as a kid. Like it was just kind of whatever.
So here's a multimeter. Last time I tried to do anything with this, well, for one time I saw sparks.
Okay.
And then,
Wait a
like,
minute.
when I was trying to check something for continuity and definitely expected to find continuity, it didn't work. So I'm not positive this thing really works right.
Okay, so first of all, you might want to pull your probes out because it looks like you might have the probes in backwards.
You think?
Because it should be like red goes into red, black goes into black. So we got black.
Well,
Oh, well, that doesn't really help.
no.
So let me look at my multimeter, sorry. Put the black terminal on the part that says 10A max.
Okay.
And the red terminal on the part that says VMA.
Well, that's not what I had. I don't know why I had that. I probably had a reason for believing that's how I should have it. But
Right,
then again, it
so
didn't seem to be working right previously, so.
that might be why. So now you want to tune your multimeter to from the off position, turn it to the left until you get to, let's do 2000M.
Okay, I don't even know if it's on.
Is it even power?
The battery might be dead. I mean, I can check for continuity by touching the tips, right?
Well, what we're going to be checking is the voltage of the battery, but it looks like we're not seeing anything on the display.
Yeah, we should definitely see something on the display, right?
Yeah, your battery's dead.
Yeah. Let's fix that, I guess, if I can. I'm pretty sure it's a 9-volt.
Okay. Okay, so the black terminal goes into the COM port. So that's weird because the way I have a Craftsman multimeter and it's set up to where the black terminal is in 10A and the red terminal is in VMA. Okay, so it's for checking resistance and voltage.
This is clearly the peak power battery that must have come with it, because I've certainly never bought a brand peak power.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've got some 9 volts downstairs. Let me check.
I love how Try doesn't own a pencil, but he has a stockpile of 9 volts. Okay. Okay, that's actually cool to know. Thank you, audience. Yeah, I've been doing this for like for 12 years, but there's still always stuff that I'm learning. So thank you for that. Now I've corrected that on my multimeter.
Yeah, I found the instructions that came with the multimeter to not be very instructive to a newbie.
So we got $10 from the gaming nostalgist.
Oh, thank you.
Evening try and Fenris. How many batteries in are you now? Also, I see the guest orientation and camera placement is similar to the previous manual stream. We got to do another one of those again sometime.
Oh yeah.
So we've changed 2 batteries so far.
Only one in an actual like game that I care about. One was a test board, but now we're kind of like, we're paranoid, like, ooh, is there a little residue on that battery? Like, is...
Let's make sure that the battery's actually good.
Yeah. All right, well, let's make sure that this multimeter even works. Like I said, I saw sparks with this thing one time, so it could just be dead.
So the audience did correct me. So you want to put the black terminal on the COM port.
So did I have it right in the beginning or no?
You had it back. I think you had it backwards in the beginning.
So black goes in COM.
Yeah. Okay, so you did have it right in the beginning.
I don't remember which way they were, but...
Well, so I have a Craftsman multimeter, and it has it color coded. So that's why I was a little confused why the ports were not colored.
Okay. What's just like your basic continuity test on this dial? Like, just to make sure I get a beep.
So we're not going to do a continuity test right now. What we're going to do is we're going to do a voltage check. So we're going to, you see where it says like V with like a line and squiggle, a line and 3 dashes? Left side of the multimeter. You should see.
Oh yeah, like by the 20?
Yeah.
Turn it to 20?
Set it to 20.
Okay, we've got numbers on the screen now.
So put the red probe on the positive terminal and the black probe on the negative terminal. We should see like 3-ish volts.
3.24.
That's fine. So that means our battery's good. That we didn't pop it.
Okay. So that means that positive and negative are not touching each other.
Yeah, they're not touching each other. If they were, it would just be 0.
Okay. Cool. Let's check that on Mia Hamm, just for fun. .26.
So our batteries are good.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, I have no like knowledge of why we turned the dial there. Like, this is super obtuse. Like, none of these positions means anything to anyone who like might have a use for a multimeter but doesn't understand much of anything.
So I'm still learning. There's still stuff that I'm learning with the multimeter, but like what you were doing when we turn it is like we're doing we're setting the maximum basically. So our max voltage when we set to 20 is 20 volts. If we turn it up, it's 200 volts is our max. Turn it up again, it's 600 volts max, or in your case 500. So the V side, which is DC voltage, we're just we're setting it to the maximum and then reading off that.
Okay. Well then, I think we've got a viable game here. Oh no, which one's Donkey Kong and which one's Mia Hamm? They look so similar.
No, check the label of your cartridge and
it's the one with all these holes is Donkey Kong.
Oh, well, if we're talking about Donkey Kong 90...
Yeah, it's the one with the holes. Remember we were talking about it.
Yeah, so... that's your Donkey Kong board.
Yep.
Although, fun fact, if you have a copy of Donkey Kong or even like Pokemon, first generation, that's all rusted to hell, like the board wise, as long as the ROM chip is intact, you could just transfer that over to, generally speaking, any Game Boy Color cartridge that has a battery.
Really?
Yeah. So I found that like MBC 1, 3, and 5 are like somewhat compatible with each other. The problem, however, is MBC 3. If your game uses the real-time clock function, you only can put it on another MBC3 board.
All right, well, let's see if this Donkey Kong will hold a save. All right, y'all won't be able to see me, but y'all should be able to hear me as well in this room.
Okay. So
Aerial Ace is now available. Shirai soldering service shirt. Oh boy. All right. Well, as we can see, we have lost our saves, which is okay. I mean, this battery was sticking sometimes, but there was it didn't consistently hold. By the way, you can't hear me, right, Fenris?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay.
So someone asked, "Is this the importer's Super Famicom?"
No, it is not. It's this is the one that you put the edge enhancer into. Whoops, I have not swapped my my Super Game Boy buttons here. That screwed me up.
Yeah, not not to be plugging here, but this is the Super Nintendo from my Super Nintendo repair and upgrade video from December of last year. Meanwhile, Coury has the Ultimate Super Famicom 3 chip.
Why can I not play this game tonight?
That's a good question.
I have to beat these first 4 levels so I can make a save. But yeah, this is the edge enhancer system. The Voltar, of course, did the edge enhancer in the importers system, but it's not the one that's current. Like I said in the edge enhancer video, like I was planning to continue using the modded Junior just because it's easier to use. Well, I'm going to need that one up. Although it looks
Fenris has a
safety.
YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yes, I do have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/@FenrisWolfRetro. I try to post every other Sunday. I just posted a video this morning on Coury's AV Famicom. And next video, we're going to be seeing Try's Virtual Boy.
Yep. So yeah, you've got a new video today. So...
Which I am currently working on the script for the the Virtual Boy. I've found, shameless plug. I this is very shameless, but I find that it's easier to kind of like organize my thoughts when I have a script on hand. And I found some success with that with the past 2 videos, so I'm just keeping going with it. Even though in the past I was like, oh, I just do soldering videos. I don't need a script. But no,
it's very hard for me to do much of anything without a script.
Yeah, it proved to be very hard to really compound my thoughts together without a script. It also just made it like super difficult because I'm trying to like say when I want to say something, I can't say it most of the time because of the fact that like I don't know how to say it.
Oh, I know how it is. I mean, y'all can tell the difference between me being on a stream versus me having written out my script. It's so much more difficult for me to like have my mouth and brain thinking at the same pace, like in real time, you know?
Yeah. I do love how like Donkey Kong's like, nah, we ain't playing by arcade rules.
I know. I mean, this was honestly a surprise to me at the time, the first time I played a friend's copy of this, because like the TV commercials didn't, I think they said there were 100 levels, but they didn't make it obvious that it was going to be anything but like the original Donkey Kong single screen style. Like, All right, here we go. We're about to save. We have saved.
We've saved.
All right, I'm going to go into the level just because of the Super Mario Land paranoia I mentioned on. Actually, I think that was a backloggery stream. How I had believed that games didn't, for a long time, I believed games didn't save until you went into the next level. Because of something weird that Super Mario Land did once. So, anyway. Okay, I'm going to turn this off and eject it, just in case, like, I don't think, like, keeping them connected would retain any power to it or anything, but just to be absolutely sure,
What I always do is when I test a battery is I turn everything off, pull the cartridge out, wait 10 seconds, like I literally count to 10, plug it back in, and then try again.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm keeping the cartridge out right now, just to be sure. This probably is the best DK game of all time, Zane's dad. I mean, I did say that on the backloggery stream. I voted for it over Donkey Kong Country 1, but not Donkey Kong Country 2. I would put Donkey Kong Country 2 over this, but just barely. All right, here we go. Here we go. Do we have a save?
We have Donkey Kong.
We have Donkey Kong. It functions. Ho, we have a save.
There we go.
I have made magic happen. That's just weird sync things that sometimes happen when the system is first turned on. So we're good. We're good. So how about we reset that? And
I love that.
Let that hang in the background instead of Mario World, huh? And okay, so we've succeeded with Game Boy carts.
Indeed, we have.
So should we try Super Famicom?
Sure, why not?
All right.
So first, we need to unscrew it.
Well, yes. This is an operation I've done many times.
I've heard some people say if you caress it very gently, it's for good luck, but we're not going to do that today. We're going to go. Oh, there you go.
Why is why is this not releasing from the hooks? There we go. All right, and we can see the through hole poking through there. Pokes through pretty far. I guess that's fine.
So this one is going to be fun. And this is the one that, so I mentioned before when I tried changing this open, literally as soon as I made contact with one of the pins, it started sparking. Now, that's unusual. I'm going to say that. That's not normal. So let's hope and pray to God we don't get that here.
Kane says, try tinning one of the battery pads for this one just to see how it feels to you. So,
yeah.
In other words, that's putting some solder on the pad before I put the battery in place, right?
But I think what he's trying to say is like tinning it. So we just add more solder to the pad. And that's actually a good thing to do for through holes. And that's exactly what I was just going to tell you. Step one, we're going to be adding solder to the pad. The reason why is because it helps knock off some of the oxidation and it helps weaken the chemistry of the old solder.
Okay.
It makes it easier to remove.
Okay. So,
we do it from the bottom.
So, yeah. So, do I do anything from the top?
Other than insert the battery, no.
Honestly, it looks like there's very little solder on these pads.
Yeah, they look kind of thin, but that's why we're going to add some solder to it, so that way it should lower the melting temperature.
So we're going to add solder first.
Yes, we're adding a little bit of solder first in order to reduce the melting temperature of the old solder.
I see. Okay. All right. So I just do I want to apply the iron to the pad before I put the solder towards it, or
It's the same rule with just soldering in general. It's not specifically just because of surface mount.
okay?
So you apply the tip first, and then you introduce the solder.
Okay.
Make sure it's the flat. There you go.
What? Wait. Oh, you mean the flat edge of the iron?
Yeah, flat edge of the iron.
Okay.
That
Now,
way you
I'm
have
going to be
adequate-
like kind of like putting the solder in like towards it's like kind of on the other side of this tab. Like, is that okay?
Yes, that as long as you apply the heat first, and then like you introduce the solder, it should work just fine. Did the iron go back to sleep?
Oh, it's starting to go.
Yep. There we go. That should be good.
Okay, I guess we'll
Do it to the negative terminal.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Okay.
That looks good. So now,
Crinkly stuff. No, the crinkly stuff got stuck to the iron.
Fenris is a good co-host with his vernacular. See, I can only be funny when I actually have a second person.
Okay, so we've tinned it.
Yes. So we have tinned it. So now we're gonna. This is the part that might scare you a little bit, but we're going to be using our tweezers to leverage the battery out as we apply heat, similar to what we did with the surface mount battery. It's just the tweezers is going to be on the opposite side.
That doesn't seem so bad.
Well, that is until the solder starts flicking all over the place, but let's not worry about that.
Maybe let's actually do worry about that. I almost wonder if, well,
Also, just suck the solder out.
oh yeah, we have to do the solder sucking.
Yeah, it's just the reason why I like to remove the battery first is so that way the battery is not stuck to the board while we work with it. But we can also just remove the solder while the battery's in it. It's up to you. We can either just do it like the surface mount way, or we can just try the solder sucker first.
I mean, it would probably be better. I mean, if the battery can come out, it'd probably be better to just take the battery out, don't you think?
Okay, then we can do that. So we're going to start with the positive terminal first, since that's the one with the most meat.
Now, this is not clearly marked on the PCB.
It's easy to remember it though. Positive always has a thicker pad than the negative.
Okay. Yeah, and so in this case, it's the side with the letters, the writing that is facing up.
Yep.
I see Master Yoda with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Saying, when you screw the cart back together, screw it counterclockwise first until the screw falls in, and then tighten it. That'll help prevent cross threading. Yeah, I've heard, you kind of try to make it to where it feels like it's going in the old threads, and then you go for it. So,
hey, Kaitar actually has a pretty interesting idea. I find it easiest to snip the legs, the legs tabs with flush cuts, and then remove the tabs individually.
So that way they have like less travel to go through to the other side.
Yes. So basically, just snip those legs flush, and then we can do it like the surface mount. That's actually a really good idea, Kaitor. I love that you suggested that.
Let's try it.
Oh, that's gone. I'm just gonna tell you this right now. Try once you get into soldering, you're gonna be stepping on a lot of metal. So, rest in peace, your feet.
Where did that go? I heard it.
It flew. That's where it went. It flew.
I heard it fall like right around here.
I remember one time, I was doing like a marathon of battery replacements, and I ended up finding one of the battery terminals in my shoe.
Oh my gosh. I should probably hold this leg with the tweezers.
Or you could just cup your hand over it as you snip it.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
Rocketing off in 3, 2, 1. Oh, got it.
I have it.
Try buys a metal detector tomorrow.
I do have like a little magnetic stick for like grabbing metal things. Okay.
Okay, so we have it cut flush. So now what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna go back to where we were before. Put the tweezers on the underneath side of the battery, and then we're going to be applying heat to the solder pad.
Yep. I guess it probably doesn't super matter which first, but we'll do positive.
Yeah, well, I always recommend doing positive because the negative lead at if you try doing that, well, yeah, it doesn't really matter now that I think about it.
All right. So I'll just be applying pressure kind of like this with the tweezers.
This is one of those things that people say like it's better to have like helping hands for. You can do it like this though. But the helping hands do help. Oh.
Okay.
I think it popped out.
It went through, yep. All right, now how am I going to get leverage for pulling this side out? I guess there's nothing wrong with doing it this way, maybe.
There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. You just twist it upwards. The negative lead is always going to soak up the most. You know what? It might not be a bad idea to increase temperature for this.
I kind of almost feel like I want the I kind of want the flat tweezers. I feel like I feel like I'll have better leverage for this.
Yeah.
With these.
Yeah. Don't grab the battery with the pliers on each side. Oh, right, because that shorts them.
Oh. Like a new one?
I guess we should... Although, I guess we're not going to be worrying about it too much if the battery's already dead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, dead battery, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, this one's technically not dead, but I mean, or it may, I mean, I don't even know if it is, honestly, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's old. I'm not intending to use it.
The easiest way is using a tool to suck the old solder first. Yes, but there we go.
We got it.
But that's why
I do have the solder sucker.
Yeah, we do have the solder sucker. No cap job while you're in there. I'm not the one doing the soldering. We're teaching Try how to change his batteries and how to solder. We're not doing anything like capacitor replacements and stuff like that. It is something that I do recommend doing with your cartridges, but in this point in time, we're just getting the basics of soldering down first before we start doing anything more exotic.
Yeah, I had actually never heard of people replacing their capacitors until you mentioned it to me the other day. But I've never had carts just be dead, to my knowledge. So
I've had a few. It's why I got into the habit of changing all the capacitors on my cartridges.
I've got too many carts to do that with.
I mean, so do I. Like, I have so many Super Famicom cartridges that I need to buy a new bookcase because the one I currently have does not have enough room for it. But anyways, so now we're going to use the solder sucker.
Clean up these little bits. You can tell that like I'm like way too like paranoid about like the particulars of this kind of stuff to be like doing this on the regular, like accepting the mess that it would inevitably make and stuff like that.
I mean,
yes, Try will not be doing turbo nanzapods.
Hey, that's my job though.
It is. Okay, so what's the next step? Like, we got to clean these pads, yeah?
We need to clear the pads. So what we're going to do is this is where we're going to be getting our pump action on. But yes, first apply flux. What a stream that would be. Fenris leading Try through soldering a flex cable on. Sure, Try. Let me teach you how to do N64 digitals.
Let's not. Okay. And now we're going to learn to use the solder sucker, huh?
Mm-hmm. So,
is this a left-hand tool?
Yes. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be leaving the soldering iron onto the pad until it goes completely molten, and then we quickly come in with the pump and press the button.
Now, why don't we use wick for this?
Because it would just be a waste. Since with the wick, it's on a surface mount pad, but with this there's a lot more solder. And also, everything goes through one hole. So as long as the holes are clear, we're fine. We don't need to worry about it being as flat as possible, unlike surface mount.
Okay, so I just need to make this molten and then hit the button. Like, how close does it have to be to the solder?
Basically, it has to be next to the iron tip.
Okay.
Without actually touching the iron tip.
All right, let's try it.
All right.
Ooh, the flux really spread out there.
So hold until it's molten and pull the... Yep. You almost got it.
Wait, I almost got it.
Because I could still see the holes closed.
Oh, you're right.
So we're just going to be doing this until the hole's open.
This feels like opening like one of those Pop Biscuit containers.
It's got a lot of recoil.
Yeah, I think it's open.
Yeah, it's open. So now we're going to do... Now, the negative terminal, you want to leave the iron on even longer because the negative terminal is ground, and that soaks a lot of heat. So you just want to leave that just like count to 10.
I think it's open.
Yeah, it's open.
Cool. Well, I think these pads actually look pretty clean to me.
Yeah, you're fine with the pads. Like I said, the goal is not to have the pads as flat as possible with through-hole batteries. It's just making sure the holes are open.
Okay.
So congratulations, you got your pump action on, and now we're ready for a fun time.
Yeah, the pump isn't as bad as I thought it might be. Okay, so we're gonna apply a battery, but now I know I don't want to apply it with tweezers.
So,
although I guess I could grab like the outside edges, but
well, no. So we don't need the tweezers for putting the battery in. In fact, we don't need to really hold the battery. We just put the battery in and then fold the tabs inward.
Right. Okay.
Big one is positive, small one is negative.
Okay. Writing faces up.
You just want to...
Yeah, it's not...
Get it in.
I guess I kind of got to force it a bit. It's kind of loose.
Yeah, you got to push it in as far as it can go in. Don't apply like too much pressure, but just as far enough to where the two fingers make it all the way through. And then
they are through. And then do I fold them down?
Yeah, fold them in.
I guess tweezers.
Well, you can also just use your fingers. You're not going to stab yourself with it.
Look at that. They're giving the cartridge a hug. And there's nothing conductive next to, even though like the arms are touching the PCB a little bit, but there's nothing conductive there, so.
Correct.
Okay, and now I just put solder on it and then clean it up?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Let's pull a little of this out.
And before anyone asks, the reason why we're not using a socket is because that's a little more involved. And again, we're just working with the basics.
Yeah, and those also are a little bit less secure of a fit.
Well, not exactly.
You could knock it loose a little more easily, I would say. Yeah.
No, because it would basically be the sockets are pretty tight, so it locks that battery in. Like I've tested it before with all my cartridges. I put sockets on all my cartridges. And one of the things I tested to see if the battery would pop out is I punted. I got a copy of Tecmo Super Bowl and I punted it across the field just to see if the battery would hold. And it held.
That's pretty fun.
That was actually it was fun, actually.
So did I do it? Well, I don't know. Do you think there could be a little more solder on that left pad?
Your positive terminal could use a little bit more.
Oh, the positive.
It looks a little dry. So
I guess especially toward the right side, maybe.
Yeah. Your negative looks fine. Yeah, there we go. That should be fine.
You sure that it doesn't look like there? I'm going to put a little more on the negative just for fun.
Okay. You could like smooth out the solder as well.
Probably not
Like,
really
just kinda-
necessary though, right?
It's just more for aesthetic purposes. Just kind of make it look cleaner. You're really enjoying the solder sponge, are you?
Well, that was the crinkly stuff.
Yeah, the wire sponge.
It's the crinkly stuff. All right. Okay. Clean it up then.
Yep. Just get some isopropyl and a Q-tip, wipe it up, and you're good to go. The only time that I ever use a toothbrush to clean it up is if the the solder surface looks like scorched earth, as Coury would say.
I mean, honestly, at first I'm usually not too sure, like, if I've done a good job or not. But then, like, once I get once I clean it up with the Q-tip, like, I'm like, oh, this looks pretty okay.
I like the tube of solder. I've always just used spools, but that seems nice. Well, the tubes are good for like small jobs and stuff like that, but there's not. But when you're doing like large jobs like I do, you need the spools. In fact, my spool's about halfway through, so I might need to look into ordering another one.
I do like this this format for the solder. Then you don't have to be touching it as much.
See, I don't care. I just use it as dental floss.
Well, I probably shouldn't admit this, but like I've got this like real phobia about touching. I mean, I don't know if I should say real phobia. It might not actually be a phobia, but like I cannot stand touching raw meat. I can't.
Really?
I can't do it. I try to do it. And it's just like the worst experience.
Well, that would explain your reaction when I made the Slimer comparison.
I can't stand touching it. So like the idea of like touching anything like remotely potentially hazardous to health, like I want to be touching that as little as possible. I'm not like a clean freak, but just certain things I really don't like touching.
Fair enough. Butcher, cue Coury's fresh meat soundbite.
This card still isn't particularly clean looking, but it's my Super Famicom Super Mario World. There's a reason this is the first through hole we're changing, because this one doesn't really matter. It's not even a particularly clean copy, but it's nice to have.
It's just a copy of Super Mario World. It's not like there isn't like millions of copies out there.
Indeed. But next, maybe we'll actually change a Super Nintendo game that, I'll be like, ooh, I would like to prioritize playing this in the next few years. Why am I having a hard time with the tabs on this one? There we go.
All right, folks, we're gonna get our actual solder stand, and that's Try's copy of Earthbound.
No, not yet. I do want to replay Earthbound though. Like I played it a long time ago, and I don't think really went into it with like the perspective that I kind of know people have on that game now. Like I thought like, oh, this is fun, but it's funny, but it's not like life changing like it is for a lot of people. I kind of want to approach it like with more of that mindset of like this is a meaningful game.
Fair enough. I actually have so I found on AliExpress someone was selling a reproduction big box of Earthbound, complete with a reproduction strategy guide. So what I did is I bought that set, and then I made my own repro of Earthbound to go with it, complete in a red cartridge.
I'll be back in just a second and then test Super Mario World.
All right. So, how you doing, Jet? We doing good tonight? I hope so. What's your favorite Super Nintendo game? Ow. Did you eat? Yes, this is After Hours with Fenris. Ooh, Spanky's Quest. That sounds a little dirty. ActRaiser. Actually, you know what? I actually have not played ActRaiser yet. I mean, I've played bits of it, but I've never actually beat it. Gonna have to give that a try soon. Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a real classic there.
All right,
A Link to
here
the
we
Past.
go.
Okay. After Dark Time's over.
Moment of truth. You can tell it's the
After-
Japanese version because it's got the stronger shadow, like the more extended shadow on Super Mario. And the logo, it's lower in the screen too.
What's your trickiest soldering job you
The
attempted?
saves
Fender?
didn't go away?
So the capacitors can still hold a charge.
Right. So that happened with my Crystallis. I mean, but it's just like from game to game, right? Like,
So if the capacitors are still good, they can still hold the charge. So you changed it in just within the time frame to before the capacitors could discharge.
right. So I mean, it's almost like we don't even need to test this.
Well, we might as well see if it saves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, if the capacitor is still holding the save, that doesn't necessarily mean the battery's working.
Well, true, but that's why we're going to test if it saves, and then we're going to unplug the cartridge and plug it back in.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, trickiest soldering job I've ever attempted, there's been a few soldering jobs. I'd say the one that probably was the most frustrating for me was I did a 3DS capture mod for a friend of mine, and it wasn't so much the soldering that was frustrating. It was taking it apart and putting it back together. I'd say one of the more recent tricky ones would be I did Corey's childhood Sega Master System. So his particular revision did not have documentation as to how you install it. So I basically had to go in mostly blind, with some help from Zaxor, though. So I feel like I could have done that one a little better, but I was still fine enough with the results.
Look at that 50. How do you think this upcoming Virtual Boy project is going to rank among your challenging projects?
Quite literally, there's only ever been one other person who has installed a VGA mod to their Virtual Boy. Everyone else uses RGB S.
Well, why? I mean, why not? I mean, it's the correct aspect ratio version, and you with modern scalers, you may as well, right?
Well, I think the reason why is because everyone wants to be able to play on their PVMs. Or, something of the sort.
I'm not too concerned with that for Virtual Boy, though, because, I mean, it's not a CRT system, you know?
Yeah. So...
Kiro... What? I assume the top one is safe, right? It's gotta be. It's gotta
maybe?
be. It's gotta be. Well, let's find out.
So, what was I saying? So the only other person who has ever done a VGA modded Virtual Boy didn't even show how it was done, and that was Luke Morse One, who was actually one of the first people that taught me, that introduced me to modding and repairs. So, um, since there's like next to no documentation on how to like drill the holes and stuff, I'm gonna be going in blind, and it looks like it held. So this is gonna be interesting. But in terms of like recapping it, I have experience with that. The the virtual ribbon, which is the permanent fix that I had you order, this is the first time I'm going to be soldering one of those in, so that's going to be an interesting experience. My main concern is making sure that I get the VGA hole right. I even went out of my way to order some longer standoffs just to make sure that you can still lock the VGA cable onto the port. So I have all the parts. It's just now I got to figure out how exactly I'm going to tackle this.
Okay, so now I guess we just do whatever I want. I mean, no notes on my my work with the Super Nintendo there. I mean, do another Super Nintendo cart?
Why not?
Like one I actually like. Like what about?
Nintendo playing.
To be honest, I don't even know if this has a battery. I could use passwords for all I know, but why don't we find out? Soul Blazer. It's a pricey one, but
it is pricey. I'll give you that. I just don't remember if it uses a battery or not.
Well, we can find out momentarily.
I'm not an RGB head. Would it be easy to convert VGA into analog RGB? Well, technically, VGA is analog still.
Yeah.
It just has a higher bandwidth.
15 kilohertz RGB is what they mean, I think.
But yes, there is a way to like do a sync combining circuit, but the problem is that you would still have to, and we have a battery.
We have a battery.
The problem with going from RGB HV to RGBS is it would still have to be within 240p 480i for it to properly display on a consumer set. That being said, though, there are downscalers that you can use to go from 480p to 240p. If you're talking VGA, I'd recommend the GBS Control, as that does a really good job at going from 480 to 240.
Now, what I notice here is that these tabs are already pulled down, so that could make things a little tricky.
So this is the part that's probably going to scare you a little bit. We're going to be using our soldering iron to leverage those pins.
Right. We're going to have to, because I don't think I'm going to be able to. I'm certainly not going to be able to get them straight.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to bend them straight with your tweezers. You have to use your soldering iron. You basically have to use the knife edge to scoop underneath the pin and then pull it up.
Yeah.
Because
but at least there's no critical components. I mean, the PCB itself can withstand a decent bit of soldering iron contact, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what happens.
So just be very careful, because it's easy to slip and burn yourself.
Ooh, yeah. I understand what you mean. I hear a little bit of squeaking and creaking.
Yeah, it's just metal on metal contact. So we just need to
There we go.
bend it up.
There we go.
That's one. Now we just do it to the negative terminal,
Well,
which that one's a little scarier because that's so tiny.
Yeah. How to hold it.
So what I recommend doing is first getting the pad hot and then like kind of scooping under it. You want to spoon that that pad.
Right, that makes sense. Oh, sorry, I'm covering it.
Give it a nice spooning.
Solder's not melted yet. Starting to go, and then ugh. I don't like how ugh.
So
Here, I don't. The thing is, like, my holding the cartridge.
yeah, best to do it away from you rather
Yeah,
than
so
towards
that's
you.
why I'm reorienting it.
Yeah, it's basically like cutting with a knife. You never cut towards you. Easy. Easy.
It's probably straight enough. Ooh, there's a bit of damage to the board from the way I did that, though. You see how it's a little scuffed now? A little light green.
Just a that's just a little bit just a little bit of PCB nicking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, as long as it's good and functional, I'm not too concerned with what the PCB looks like, but.
You, as long as you don't delaminate or delaminate the board or rip the pad off, you're fine. But we're lifted enough to where we can come in with the flush cuts and snip those legs off, and then basically repeat what we did with Super Mario World.
Right.
We.
Okay.
Coming in with the tweezers because you don't want it going flying.
Yup, I don't. I don't want Sandy to eat it.
I would hope Sandy's not intelligent enough to not. You know what? I'm not gonna finish that.
She,
I have dogs too, and
she'll.
yeah.
I mean, she's smart. She's smart, but sometimes she just can't. I mean, sometimes there's just like a pile of your own fuzz on the ground, and you just can't help it. You got to eat that.
How coincidental. Watching the stream to put off a soldering job myself.
Well, don't take your tips from me. This is a very thin.
You're just trying to make sure it doesn't go flying.
I just don't want it to go flying, you know?
Just put your hand over it and then clip it. It's not going to puncture you. You go. That wasn't so bad, now was it?
we got right there. Y'all can see, well, my personality here and why it's like taking me so long to like actually get the guts to do this, because I'm just like so. Like, I don't even know how to describe it.
It's something you get used to with practice. See, with me, I've literally burnt the tips of my fingers so many times that I can't feel anything from the tips of my fingers.
Well, that's
I can feel it from the base. Oh, it's not, but
we got
at the same time, it has its advantages. Like, for example, I can actually hold a battery for long periods of time as I heat it.
Not that you are encouraging people to get their fingers into such a state.
Yeah, no, don't actually do that.
It's like, whoa, this could be handy.
I just learned how to turn a negative into a positive.
Next week, try catches a baseball. I went through a baseball phase when I was a kid. All right. So now we just kind of get our tweezers under this battery. We do positive first. Yes.
Yeah, since it's thicker, and then we can pull the negative out later. Of all the sports, Tries knows the most about baseball.
Maybe.
When it comes to sports, there's only two that I kind of know about: bowling and fishing. And and it's kind of debatable on whether or not you want to call those sports. Bowling is so fun. Yes, bowling is pretty fun. Like, I will not pass up a bowling game on like a home console. Well, maybe except for Championship Bowling on NES. That's kind of boring.
Okay. Actually, our hole is open, but that will change at some point, probably.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how we can get this side through. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm not holding it so that you can see it.
Fishing is an extreme sport for the worm. We as a society need a good bowling game again, right? Like, I feel like as if we're kind of lacking on good bowling games.
Well, maybe that's just flux. I was worried I was burning the PCB for a moment there, but I think it's just the board.
Yeah,
or the flux.
It was just the flux. What is that sucking noise? That's me. So I have like my sinuses get really bad during transitional time. So like going from summer to fall or winter to spring, like my sinuses get all dried up.
Dang it.
I still have COVID on day 9. Ooh, hope you get better, K-Lead Gamer.
Come on. There we go. Whew. That one, negative, took a little more time.
Fun bowling, tennis, and pinball games are needed. PS1 has a bunch of wacky pinball games in Japan. I know Xenotilt is still coming, but it's been forever since Demon's Tail. So personally, I'm not that much of a virtual pinball guy, but I love me some Devil's Crush.
All right, let's assess the situation here. We've got some pieces cluttering up. See, you can see I'm like, oh, look at all these little pieces. Look at this mess. Like, I can't decide whether I should like do one battery at a time, like as I need it, or just get it all over with. Because like I feel like one at a time is like about all I can do, but then there's all this setup to it as well, you know? Well, our holes are actually visible, but it's pretty messy around them.
We can still go over it with the solder sucker.
Yeah, we should. We should.
All right, get that pump action going. Pump the jams.
It's kind of crazy how it just like becomes liquid and then
A solid.
yeah. I mean, okay, that's. I think we're pretty good on that one.
And relatively so.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, it fell out.
Yeah, it'll sometimes it'll kick it out. When it gets really gunked though, you'll have to take it apart.
Maybe just do a little more. I always forget to put it back down.
Engage it.
Yeah.
Never forget to press down on your pump. That advice also goes to you, audience.
It's kind of amazing to me that this water has not dried out.
It'll dry out overnight.
Okay, I mean, I think we're okay on these pads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do got a little bit of scorched earth, but we'll worry about that later.
I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything, is it?
It's not. It's just this is the part where we're gonna probably use the toothbrush to clean that off.
Ah.
When it gets,
I mean,
like,
it's
when
not.
it gets
It's
like
not
black,
the. I mean, is it just flux that's kind of burned, not the board itself?
yeah, it's burnt flux.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And usually with burnt flux, it's a little harder to get off with a Q. You can get it off with a Q-tip. It's just caramelized, so it's easier. It's better to get it off with a toothbrush. But we'll worry about that after we solder the battery in.
Okay. We got that through. Sorry, I'm not doing it where y'all can see it.
I prefer the wick for desoldering. Wick is great if you're dealing with surface mount, but not with through hole. You're just kind of wasting the material at that point. I always recommend using a desoldering pump or a desoldering gun when working with through hole parts, because you don't want to just waste a bunch of desolder wick when the pump or the gun would do the job a lot better.
It's crazy to me that you know, from what it picked up in the gun, it solidifies in this long strand like that. I mean, it's crazy how like fast it melts and resolidifies. Okay, so we're in. And we need to apply flux. I guess that's the old flux that's kind of nasty there, huh?
Yeah, it's the old flux.
Okay. Yeah, I guess with this a little more viscous flux, it's a little. You can kind of take your time working with it a little more.
Yeah, I know. Some people swear by liquid flux, and liquid flux has its uses. It's just it evaporates too quickly for my liking.
Hmm. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. I applied a little more than I did during my first pass some of the other times.
Okay.
because it seemed like I didn't really do enough, or at least
What soldering station is Try using? So Try is using a generic soldering station. It's specifically a T12 soldering station that we got off Amazon.
I think that T12 is sold under like T12 Pro is sold under like different, these just
Yeah,
generic, no name
yeah.
brands.
Well, T12 is the type of tip it uses. So we're using a T12 soldering station that has an adjustable temperature control.
Do you
So
think that looks like enough on here, by the way?
yeah, it looks fine.
Okay, well, I'll clean it up then.
So now we get to use the toothbrush.
Yeah, I got out the Q-tip, but I should use the toothbrush instead?
Yeah, because like I said, we got some of the old flux all caramelized on the negative terminal. So this is the part where we're going to use the toothbrush
Well,
because it breaks it down a lot better.
I dip it in the isopropyl, I assume, like I'm just now
Yes.
doing. Okay.
And then you just scrub it.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can just go over it with like a dry Q-tip if you want, but we're dealing with high percentage alcohol, so it'll just evaporate.
Right. Yeah, there's still a little sort of discoloration I did to the board.
Try is so
That's not too
delicate.
bad.
You missed it, Kane. I had him freaking out over just clipping legs off of the battery.
Like I say, you can see there's a reason it's taken me so long to get the courage to do this, I mean, I should have learned to do this 10 plus years ago.
What do you think about the FNIRSIDWS 200 soldering stations? I've never even heard of that, to be honest. I'll have to look into that later. I personally use the T12 stations just because it's just easier for me.
But like you told me, like, I mean, I'm sure like Coury's Hako is like super premium and whatnot, but it's like
Super expensive.
yeah,
Like, don't get me
it's
wrong.
like this is all I'm looking to get going with, like I won't write off potentially doing something more advanced than batteries, but this is all I really want to do for now.
That's why I recommended this iron, because it's like it's good for both. Like
It could get you going, but it's only $40.
yeah, you can use it for beginning stuff, or you could use it for like some of the more advanced stuff that I do or Voltar does.
Mm-hmm.
The don't get me wrong, Hako is a good brand. You're guaranteed quality with Hako. But the thing is, though, Hako is like super expensive for what it is. So I recommend just using like the cheaper stuff, because the cheaper stuff, it's like it gets you going. You don't need to spend like $100, $200, $300 for a station just to solder a battery.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what I say about things like lighting for YouTube videos. Like you can get, of course, the entry level price is a lot more than it used to be, but it used to be you could buy a $50 light kit on Amazon, and that'd be good. You could still utilize that, even when you're doing more advanced stuff. Like it's not bad stuff, even when it's cheap.
You want to know what my lighting solution is, Try?
Mm-hmm.
I literally have a lamp. Like one of those standing lamps that has like an adjustable head.
Yeah.
That's literally my lighting solution.
I
I
mean,
have that,
yeah.
and it's sitting on. I have that with a white light bulb, and it's standing on top of a dead Super Famicom shell.
I mean,
it works.
It works.
So.
All right, so I'm not sure I've ever booted Soul Blazer, so I'm not even sure like how you save in this or if we'll really find out anything in regards to that.
I've only played Soul Blazer like a couple times, but I don't think to a point where I was able to save.
No, I need to
Like
make it.
I don't have an English. I don't have like a American cartridge. Mine has the Voltar Super Stackers on it, and I just applied an English patch to it because it was cheaper to just get the Super Famicom version over the Super Nintendo version.
Oh, hey, look! Yet again, there is a save on here that has been retained.
But the question is, where do you go to save, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it might automatically save it as soon as you enter your name.
Or maybe it's like one of those games that, like, oh, you can only save when you touch this crystal.
MLiG receive Sword of Life.
It probably wouldn't be like Zelda. Yeah, it wouldn't be like Zelda where you can save at any time. At least I think.
Do I have to like? Is there an end? Okay. Hey, wizard man. I used to live up in the sky just like you. This game was my big splurge at Midwest Gaming Classic last year.
Probably dropped a fat stack for it then.
I think it was 120.
Oof. See, that's what I mean. Like, I think I paid like $40 for my Super Famicom version, which for Super Famicom version of the game, that's still pretty expensive for a game that you can't play unless you understand the language. But I guess Soul Blazer just didn't sell nearly as much in Japan as it did in North America. I don't know. I only knew about Soul Blazer because there was a channel I used to watch called Clan of the Grey Wolf. The guy who ran it, he would run a series called 16-Bit Gems, and he did.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's how I got into Earthbound. That's how I got into Clock Tower. That's how I got into Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, and Terranigma. Like his main favorite genre was RPGs, which hey, so is mine.
See, I still don't know if like we've confirmed anything definitively, even by like turning it off, if the capacitors are working. But still, I think I'm relatively confident. I certainly didn't break the game. That's the important thing.
True, we do have a working game. Although speaking of games, so earlier I decided to do a little bit of shopping because I was like, you know what? I feel like doing a bit of game hunting. And plus, one of my friends told me that like there's a there's a small record chain that we have where I'm from, and they don't specifically. Yeah, there it is. They don't just specifically deal in records, but it's like a lot of geek culture stuff. So they do movies, music, TV shows, games, anime, stuff like that, and they have both merchandise and physical media that you could purchase from those shops. I went to a location that was like about 40 minutes from where I'm from, and I ended up picking up a copy of Nightmare Before Christmas: Oogie's Revenge on Xbox. For $25. It's usually more than that. I picked up Metal Gear on NES. Metal Gear, Ghosts and Goblins, Street Fighter 2010. It's like right behind my head. Yeah. And then I also picked up a copy of Plock.
Oh,
25 bucks.
I've been tempted to get that recently. I think I might have used to have it. I think I got rid of it at some point, but I kind of want to get it again.
It's actually a pretty fun game, and the music
got great music. Like, I mean, that's the main reason I want it.
Yeah, the music goes hard. Like, oh my god. But then again, that's just Tim Fallen in general. Like,
so between, like, you know, if we were to finish up with one more, if you have time, do you have time?
Oh yeah, I got plenty of time.
If we were to finish up with one more, what do you think would be the most, in terms of like this might be a little different from what you've done before, so you can learn some things like NES, N64, Genesis. Can't open my GBA cards, so I guess N64, NES, Genesis. I have my Phantasy Star out here as well, so Master System.
You know what? In honor of Coury, let's do Phantasy Star.
Okay. Why not?
He can't be with us physically, but he could be with us in spirit.
Now this one just uses regular Phillips. Have you ever changed Master System batteries?
Yes. They're not hard. If I remember correctly, it's all the solder is single-sided.
We're about to find out what we're in for. Oh! Never mind, yeah. Coury replaced this one.
Okay, so guess we're gonna put away Phantasy Star and
let's check Coury's work here though.
Yes, let's review Coury's work.
I mean, an original battery would not have had those yellow things, right?
Well, no. Sometimes an original battery could. Let's check the. Let's bust out the multimeter and check its voltage to see if it's still alive.
Okay. We turned it to the V20, right?
V20, since the batteries are 3 volts, so we're operating within 20 volt max. So big pad is positive, small pad is negative. So let us see what our readings are.
Red to big, black to small?
Small.
3.08.
It's a little on the low side, but that should be within operating parameters.
I mean,
because these are...
assuming this is indeed... Let me... Hang on, let me check my backlogger, because like I said, I had noted which ones he changed, and I did not check Master System.
I would laugh if, like...
Yeah,
oh, he did change it?
It says battery replaced May 2019, so...
So, then we're fine. So, let's just put it back and then probably grab a different cartridge.
I mean, we could... if we wanted to stick with Sega... I did check my Sega list to make sure I wasn't grabbing ones that he had done. What do you think of Coury's solder work here, by the way?
I mean, it looks fine. I'm kind of weirded out by the fact that the holes are open. But
open? Oh yeah, they're not like totally filled in.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it works fine. I mean, it looks like there's plenty of solder built up touching the tips of the
Well,
battery.
yeah, yeah. It's just I'm the kind of person that's like, I gotta fill this in. Like I get a little antsy when the job looks like it's incomplete, but it looks like it's making solid connection, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Well, if we want to stick with Sega, we could do Wonder Boy and Monster World.
That works. Hopefully that does.
I mean, the only non-battery I know of on Genesis is Sonic 3, but there might be others.
Technically, Mega Man Wily Wars doesn't use a battery. There's also a sports game that doesn't use a battery, but I can't remember the name of it right now.
Well, it's not likely to be one of my games then. Closest thing to a sports game I have on Genesis is Virtua Racing. Japanese version. That's right, Wonder Boy Monster World. I first experienced that. I'd never heard of it until I came to Virtual Console, and I heard some people saying like, "Oh, this is a good game." And I got it on Virtual Console, and it's like, heck yeah. And then when I got a Genesis, had to get it. All right. Uh-oh. This uses the Genesis uses the big bits. Yes.
Well,
let me
just be fortunate it's not an EA cartridge, because it's completely random on what screws those use. There's 4 different types. There's 3.8 like a Nintendo cartridge, 4.5 like a Genesis cartridge normally, a Phillips head, and then it uses like a weird security bit that requires like a 2-pronged screwdriver to get out.
Well, let me see if I can find my big bit. I'm sure I can.
EA carts are a pain. Yeah, they are. But I have like a few of them on me right now because I am planning another video. So keep an eye out for that. Torx 3-4. I have yet to find. I think there are some. I know there are some regular Genesis cartridges that use Torx bits, but I'm not sure about EA.
Okay, I've misplaced my big bit because it's probably where the tri-wing is. There's a few things I haven't been able to find. So I guess we're going to do something Nintendo. We could... let's do... Get a little more practice on the Game Boy. Let's do Quest Brian's Journey.
I hear that one's actually pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's basically a demake of Quest 64. And it's just, it's more like 8-bit overhead, like traditional exploration style, but it's got a very similar battle system. The battle system in Quest 64 is good. Like it's like Quest 64, but a little more like a normal RPG. Yes, this is the one with the great Japanese subtitle. It's like translates to Satan's counterattack, which is hilarious. So let's do this because like after I played it on Mister when I was doing that Game Boy Color versus DMG comparison video, and I was really impressed with it. So like I legit am excited to play through this game, and if the battery is changed, I'll be all the more likely to do so. Now, what do you do when you're soldering? And look, there's like little flecks of solder all over this thing now. I'm nervous about setting my stuff on it.
You're fine. I mean, like that's how my desk gets too when I work on projects all the time. Um, Worst case scenario, a lot before each filming project, what I do is I go over my desk with a Lysol wipe.
Mm.
In fact, that's what I did earlier before setting up for the stream. Um,
Okay, so now these are a little easier to get off, aren't they? But
that's why we started with them.
I think I have a handle on how to do both. So let's see. So we we get some leverage. Let's see.
Oh hey, I just finished that a couple months ago. Probably better than the N64 version, simply for the convenience of the top-down view. Obviously, lose the 3D and better music.
Yeah, I mean it's surprisingly good.
It is. Oh, and speaking of N64, hey Analog, if you're watching, where are our Analog 3Ds?
I want to know too. Although I'm always okay with some delays for anything that I'm going to be reviewing. You know, look at that, look at that, look. I'm taking that off like it's nothing.
We're in Q4 Analog. We're waiting.
Okay, so then the next step is apply flux, and or I could tin it if that's something I should try doing.
I mean, if you want to tin it, you can. So the method is basically like this: you tin the pad, and then while still applying your iron to the pad, you slide the battery in.
That sounds a little advanced.
So you want to just do it the way we've
Yeah, I
been
want
doing
to do
it.
it the simple way. I mean, that sounds like pro level strats, and I'm just trying to replace batteries here. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of difference between a battery done, with pro strats versus tri strats, right? A battery is going to work or it's not, and it's not going to reduce the life or anything, right?
True.
At least that's what I would think. So I think this will, like I say, right now I do not necessarily expect to be going too far with this. I just want to be able to change my battery so I can play my carts.
Fair enough. Like I said,
So
my method is probably the least safe, and that would be the spider finger method. But
now we're going with Wick again, which Wick is probably what I feel the least comfortable with, actually. Still,
if you want to help get the solder to wick properly, you can apply a little bit of flux to the wick, and it'll help. It'll help attract the solder to the wick.
interesting. Let me
Although you could also just dip. You could also just dip it on the.
I mean, there
Or you could
is flux on the board now, but
Yeah.
I'll see what this does. Let's see what this does. Oh yeah, okay,
In the hang of it.
that went pretty well. And on this one, I applied quite a bit of flux, so maybe it'll be okay. Oh, no, screwed up again.
Pretty clear though.
I can really feel the heat going down the wick itself when
Well,
I'm.
yeah, because heat travels, and it's literally just one piece of metal. So
Yep. Okay, that's not too bad. I think I did okay there.
You did pretty good.
Crinkling it up.
If Coury ever decides to do a soldering stream, I might ask him, "Where's the crinkles?"
KS Hickey, my cat suddenly become very interested in try soldering. Is it because of the crinkles? The crinkly stuff? Okay, so now that they're relatively clean, but we've still got flux in play here, I get a battery out and I just set it on top and
Throw it in.
and solder it in and then clean it with the Q-tip. Now, the only reason that you recommended the toothbrush that one time was because it was pretty messy. I don't really need to do that unless I've made a bit of a mess, right?
You only would need to do it if the flux caramelizes. So like when it turns all.
Oh wait, I don't want to use the tweezers for this, just in case I make top and bottom touch.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I can use tweezers once
to guide it.
Once it's laid on here.
See, I always like kind of teaching people what I know because like I remember one of my friends, he got like one of those disc resurfacing machines for the first time, and he's like, "Could you show me how this works?" I go over to his place. It's like, "Okay, first we need a disc." And he presents me his copy of Mario Kart Wii. And I look at him with like a big shit-eating grin on my face, put the disc in, close it, and then set it up to go. And he's like wincing from just the sound of it grinding.
Oh gosh.
And I swear if he looked at me at any point in time, he probably saw me wearing a Red Devil suit.
It's amazing to, oops. Uh-oh.
You got it.
It moved a little bit, but I guess it's okay.
I mean, it didn't shift out. It didn't shift out of pad, so
no. And the metal is still touching this pad here. Okay, I think we're okay.
we're looking pretty good. I think my next personal project, though, in between working on the Virtual Boy script, is I have a bunch of Neo Geo MVS boards laying around, like cartridge boards, and I'm probably going to make myself a copy of Golden Axe on Neo Geo.
Ooh.
I have the ROMs all programmed. It's just never got around to putting it together.
All right. I think that turned it out okay, even though it shifted a little bit. Getting enough confidence to kind of know, like, okay, like that's not perfect, but like I know it's fine, you know?
True.
The thing that scares me is that, like, these capacitors on this board are so tiny, and it's almost like, oh, I got really close to that, and I couldn't see it, you know?
I wonder if someone has done that with the Shinobi conversion. I can do it with the Shinobi conversion. It's just I want to do Golden Axe because I kind of like Golden Axe more than Shinobi.
There's a little goop on the back of this. I don't know if that's my fault. This is not the most beautiful cartridge, but it's a game you never see. You just never see it.
I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen a copy of that once.
Yeah, well, it's. I think I paid roughly the fair price for it. Like, I kind of wish I could have talked them down a little lower, but just because I'd like never seen it. Like, I was thinking about it all weekend. Man, there's
kind of like
there's like a little like kind of dirt. Look at this dirt inside the shell. Like, what's up with that?
But it's kind of like with me and like some of my pickups. Like, $25 seems like a lot for me to pay for like Nightmare Before Christmas on Xbox. However, I don't ever see it lower than that.
Mm-hmm.
Or like with Plock, for some reason, like I just could not find a copy of Plock publicly until I
find it fairly often.
Well, you should be able to, but it seems that like everyone wants Plock whenever I go
getting popular.
game hunting. So like I couldn't find a copy until that, and then but they also had like a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms 2 on NES, but they wanted like $80 for it. I was like, yeah, that's cheaper than going rate, but I'm not paying $80 for an NES cartridge. No, thank you. Like, I'm a collector, but I'm not that level of crazy yet. I literally passed up a $350 offer for Little Samson and Panic Restaurant PAL editions, because I'm like, yeah, that's still cheap compared to what they go for, but at the same time, that's still $350 for 2 NES cartridges.
The thing with Panic Restaurant is the Japanese version is cheaper, but like the character is nowhere near as appealing as like the old man with the mustache, you know?
Well, the Japanese version is still cheaper, but
it's still expensive. Yeah,
$100. Like,
yeah, and it's like if you ain't got the old man with the mustache, like I don't even want it.
But there's some games that just now match their there are some Famicom games that just match their NES counterparts at this point. Chip 'n Dale 2, you got lucky picking it up for $35. That thing is the same price as its American counterpart now.
That's insane. I got the Japanese versions of those for Rescue Rangers 2 and DuckTales.
Yeah, I have the Japanese version of Rescue Rangers.
I am error. Could just be could be just a dirty card.
Yeah.
Or need to reset. Let's see.
But yeah, I have all the Disney Famicom games except for Chip 'n Dale 2. So that's gonna be one of those games where I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet on it. Same thing with Bucky O'Hare is kind of the same way. For some reason, that the Famicom cart goes for the same as an American cart now.
Yeah.
For Bucky O'Hare, I just said screw it. I'm just gonna repro it. Because to be honest, it's like for me specifically, like, why would I want to pay like hundreds of dollars for these rare games when I have the tools and the know-how to just make my own cartridge? And it's not like I'm going to pass it off as the real thing. Yeah. I always make my repros look different from their retail counterparts intentionally. So it's like, I have the tools, I have the know-how, I have the parts. I'm just going to do it that way. I mean, who's really going to care?
All right.
Okay.
Quest RPG, Brian's Journey, right there. It recognized it.
Nintendo
does need to be cleaned. I just remembered, though, I can play this one on the Super Game Boy because it has black and white mode.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got no save data.
Yeah. The
I'm
capacitors.
going to throw this in the Super Game Boy. Now that I remember that, duh, it's a black cart.
What a lot of the Game Boy cartridges, the capacitors on them don't have enough capacitance to hold a charge nearly as long as like a Super Nintendo or Nintendo cartridge.
Switch the view.
I still need to one of the projects I've been working on though is I've been trying to get 16 Super Famicoms up and going with 16 modded Super Game Boys, so I could do Baseball 2000 on Super Famicom.
That's I can attest to having seen that done at conventions. It is a tall order, and also kind of requires a lot of maintenance. Like I think the most recent time I saw it being run, they had the system working much better than the first time, but they had to break out the soldering iron and fix things live, like with their special adapter, because there's a bug in the code and stuff.
Yeah, so there's a bug in the code that makes it to where it's only possible to do 15 players for one, and two, the adapters were having issues, and I was able to figure out what was wrong with it from watching the videos before they even explained it. And what it was is the signal integrity. It's losing the further the signal travels, the more it loses. So it's I think it's like the clock signal, if I remember correctly. Like, it just gets weaker and weaker the further it travels. So because of that, it wouldn't allow the systems to sync up correctly. So they had to make a new adapter that had like a little buffer IC on it that made sure that everything stayed nominal, and it acted as like a relay. So you could hook up all 16 systems at once, but you need to have a patched cartridge to do 16 players. But what's holding me back is like not just the prospect of putting it together, but just the price of everything. Because I still gotta buy 16 blank Game Boy cartridges to flash. I gotta buy 16 TVs, 16 Rad 2Xs.
I mean, there's a reason that it's like a attraction at conventions, because it's like such a difficult and ridiculous thing that no one is like going to experience it like outside of something like that, right?
Yeah, it's such a ridiculously over the top setup, but I just like it for just how dumb it is.
Yeah.
Like, all this work just to play Baseball 2000 on Game Boy. That is like one of the most awesome yet stupidest things I have ever seen.
So this game is basically as far as like I played like the first hour and a half or so, and it's like pretty much the same structure and story as the N64 game, as far as I can tell.
It looks to be,
but it's kind of got this more of this style.
Yeah, instead of it being a 3D adventure, it looks more like Final Fantasy Adventure.
Or Final Fantasy Legend.
Or Final Fantasy Legend.
Which Final Fantasy Legend 2 was one of the games that Coury replaced the battery for. So when you said that, 3.08 millivolts on that Phantasy Star was a little low, like when do I get into danger of saves not being stored?
So it's generally like I think it would be like a 10% tolerance range. So once you get like around 2.8 volts, that's where you're going to have issues.
Now these batteries, I have had them since Coury did all those. So hopefully they haven't been just like losing some of their charge as they go, but it seemed like I was pretty consistently getting 3.25 or so.
Yeah. As long as you properly store them, they should last a good while. But there is always a chance for a battery to discharge itself.
Yeah.
But that's why, like, you just make sure you store it properly.
All right, we're going to take this card out for a moment and see if that save stuck. I mean, the nice thing is that these battery pads tend to be far enough away from other components that you're not super likely to make a mistake, but it's just, the only thing is, like, sometimes I notice on those Game Boy, after I've, like, already put the iron down, I'm like, ooh, that's close to one of those tiny capacitors. I almost didn't even notice. All right. Yeah, Master Yoda. I think I potentially broke something with a yep, there we go. We got my save. All good. Hey, hang on. I'm going to go back to the other. Yeah, I actually kind of set it up at the last minute before the stream to even get video capture capability during this stream. I need to do a little more troubleshooting. I may have like screwed up one of my SVS SCART modules, which was a prototype unit that, you know, he said some of those prototype boards did not have the electrostatic discharge protection on them. And, you know, I've never had problems in the past with hot swapping SCART cables, even though you're not supposed to. And I was like comparing composite and S-video and RGB, and I was like, oh, I don't want to have to boot the game back up and go to where I am. Like, so I was hot swapping cables, and then shortly after that, funny things were happening. S-video was fine, but I couldn't figure out, I may have screwed up something in the SCART, at least one of the SCART modules. And I haven't had time to troubleshoot it, so I am currently bypassing the SVS for this capture here. Not a concern, for the record, for like retail SVS units. I just, you know, I'm still using these prototype units, and I kind of screwed up. So my bad. I should not have done that. Should not have been hot swapping RGB cables.
Why they say you don't?
I know. So anyway, I'm going to soon sort of figure out where is the problem, and you know, send it to him so he can make sure that nothing else critical went wrong with it. But we're pretty sure it's just because it was a prototype unit that did not have the static discharge protection on it. So that's all it is. But yeah, I actually have needed to pull out my SVS to attach some different modules to it. We've got some like test modules for like BNC and RGB to component conversion that I've been meaning to test, but I have to take it out because and reconsider how I'm using it, because it's very inconvenient to do things like that, to change it, to work at it, to test with experimental modules and stuff like that, because it's like way in the back of the unit, and it's like it's quite difficult to deal with the way that I have currently integrated it into my setup. Let's turn this soldering iron off. That'd be a wise idea. So anyway, yes, that was, I need to resort through some of those, some aspects of my setup, in that regard. Make sure that I can integrate the SVS in a way where it's not a big hassle if I need to add to it, or take things out or anything like that. So the weird, exceptions to the rule that you come across only because you make YouTube videos about comparing different video cables and stuff. And yeah, SVO. I mean, but hey, that PC Engine video was all about using that S video module. It's, I love that. I love that feature of it.
Now you just need to integrate the Sega Genesis into your S video setup.
Why Genesis?
Just because.
Nah, don't need to do that. I'm good with that.
Fair enough. I mean, technically speaking, the Genesis speaks in RGB, so
yeah. So yeah, and Genesis, S video would require mods and stuff. That is something I need to get you to do for me sometime. I need to get you my Sega CD for recapping, and I need to, do whatever the most recent RGB bypasses. I do have an older, triple bypass board that's never been installed, but I don't know if it's like, if there've been advancements since then, but that'll be a project I'll send you another time.
fair enough.
Oh, Stefan says Mega Drive 1 recap. Good luck. I mean, this would be a Genesis Model 1, so I assume it's a similar.
Yeah. So
I wasn't even thinking about recapping that. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea, but the Sega CD I know needs to be recapped.
Oh, fair enough. Wait, is it a Model 1 Sega CD or Model 2?
There's a Model 1.
Oh, rip me. Because one of the things that scare me about that is I've seen a lot of people talk about needing to replace one of the daughter boards on the Model 1 Sega CD. So I'm hoping and praying to God that it doesn't have to resort to that.
Well, I know that there is already like some degree of leakage, but hopefully it's not like damaged anything yet.
I got lucky when I had a Model 1 CD that all it needed was a recap, and a belt change. And funny enough, it came with a free copy of Dragon's Lair on the Sega CD.
Mine came with a free copy of an expensive game. I'm drawing a blank on the name because I ended up giving it to someone else. It's a Core Designs game. It's like a 3D shooter, space shooter. I'm drawing a blank on the name. But yeah, it was kind of a crazy thing to find for free in it. And the system was like half price as it was, so.
Yeah, Dragon's Lair was pretty interesting for me. Although, not gonna lie, I was kind of fingers crossed that like, oh, maybe I might get Lunar. Unfortunately, that was wishful thinking. But hey, you know what? Still not going to turn down a free copy of Dragon's Lair either. But yeah, the problem with Model 1 Sega CDs is they can be a little finicky, especially when the daughter board needs to be replaced. I mean, Joe from GameSack, he basically just uses his Model 1 as like kind of a display piece at this point. But I've worked on them before. They can be a little cumbersome, but it's not like it's not like hell on earth like how some people like to describe it. At least for me personally. Um, as far as like recapping a Model 1 Mega Drive or Genesis, that's not going to be much of an issue either. It's just it has a lot of capacitors. Um, if I tried making a video series, it would probably be a multi-part series, just basically like, oh, the Model 1 Part 1 recapping, Model 1 Part 2 doing the quadruple bypass, which is the current kit for it.
Oh, quadruple.
Quadruple bypass, because it also integrates S-Video. Does a 10. It's done by Zaxor, and that's the current new kit. He also created a new switching regulator for the Model 1 Genesis, so that way you don't have that big honkin' heatsink for the two regulators, and it makes it easier to fit in the retro game resource shell. So there's that. But then like part 3 would just be dedicated to the Sega CD, recapping it, replacing the belt, and hoping to praying to God that it works. You could also do a region-free mod to it, which that mod is so that way you can play import games, because contrary to popular belief, there is a little bit of protection in the Sega CD, but it's just region. It's region
Soul
protection.
Star, that's it. Thank you. Good vibe.
Nice. But yeah, it's just region protection. So it's like you can still burn Sega CD games and it would work just fine. It just has to match the region.
All right. Well, I think that was relatively successful. Hopefully, I didn't cause people too much anxiety over my, technique or trepidation or anything. But I think if I was able to change a few of these, it just goes to show anyone can, pretty much, right? Like I'm about as like unsuited for this kind of work as anyone, I think.
Well, battery changes are always like, they're kind of the ones that I recommend. Well, kind of recommend starting out with. It just depends on like your skill level. It's the simplest to work with to get the concept of soldering down.
And
the
also,
only reason
it's something that's useful. It's something that like, not everyone necessarily needs mods and recaps and things like that, but you could absolutely benefit from getting to change. It's just it's easy. It's an easy place to start, and even if you go no further, it's useful.
Yeah, the only exception, and I want the audience to hear me very clear when I say this, the only exception to that rule is Game Boy Advance. The reason why, and I've had to repair so many goddamn Game Boy Advance games because of this, is because they often knock off resistors, they burn pads, and it's because it's a much smaller space.
It's more compact.
There's a lot of small components that are around, and it's really easy to knock off components and either disable it or damage the mask ROM, which the mask ROM is underneath the battery.
Oh, no. So there's components on both sides of the board.
No, so it's all one-sided, but the thing is, though, all the components are so compacted together that if you so much as twitch your wrist the wrong way, you can flick off a component. But even if you do change the battery, like for games like Metroid Fusion, you're fine with changing the battery and leave it as is. For Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, on the other hand, I was explaining this to try outside the stream, but you not only have to change the battery, but you have to get a Game Boy cartridge dumper to reprogram the real-time clock chip, because otherwise the real-time clock functions don't work correctly.
That's crazy.
So it's a lot more sophisticated than people really give it credit for. And I only found out about this because of the fact that I'm in parts of the Game Boy community, and they were quick to correct me on that.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Pokemon, so it is something that there's going to be plenty of documented knowledge about.
Yeah, but that's other than Game Boy Advance, like regular Game Boy, Game Boy Color, they're actually pretty simple to do. NES, SNES, Genesis, they're pretty simple to do. It's just something that I would recommend. Like, if you want to get your feet wet with like actual solder work, change a battery. But if you want to like practice a little more about like surface mount work and stuff like that, then just get like a cheap DVD player or something like that from Goodwill, take it apart and just remove and put components back in.
Or just copy a Mia Hamm software.
Sure. Works too.
Sycus is asking, what about N64? I didn't do an N64 cart. I mean, I don't... is there anything particularly different about NES or N64?
N64 is a little random. So,
I mean, I know there's actually not that many N64 games that use batteries, but, I did pull Ocarina of Time off the shelf here.
Yeah. There isn't really much of a difference in terms of the process. It's just that, like, not all N64 games use a battery.
Right.
Should we
take a look at this? I mean, should we? I mean, I was intending to wrap up, but like, should we just go ahead and do Ocarina of Time?
Let's go for it. It's my favorite game of all time.
This has lost saves. This is lost saves. This is my day.
Okay,
this is my day one copy.
So we can confirm that the battery is dead on this one.
It has died. I mean, it's possible that it has stored saves since, but it has lost saves. It has absolutely lost saves. Now, I'm pretty sure Majora's Mask uses EEPROM.
Yes, it does. I think a good majority of the games that use batteries are normally like what do you call them? Sports games. I've seen it with like.
I looked up a list and there was only like 2 sports games, unless you count Mario Golf.
Oh, true. Well, maybe because I just remember. No, I'm just thinking of the Country Club game, the other golf game.
Wildlife Country Club.
Yeah, that one. Because that one. So. I memorized that one at least because I would use that as a donor to repair Ocarina of Times that were damaged.
Ah. Well, this looks as easy, if not easier, than Super Nintendo.
Yeah, it's just a single layer. So that's literally just you could just.
And these legs are straight up, so no worries there.
Yeah, although you can still snip them off just so there's less travel.
Yeah. I'll do that for sure.
The only concern about N64 games, and this is true for some later Super Nintendo boards too, is the pads could be a little brittle. But I don't think I've had issues with changing batteries on N64 cartridges.
Yeah, this looks like it'll be straightforward. Okay. Oh, I'd already turned this off. Whoops. And I just need to apply heat and pry it out.
Yep.
It remembered 320 for the temperature.
Yes. The kiss of death.
Okay, here we go.
This is gonna just pop right out.
Yep. And then the other.
You know what's a cartridge that I do want to get for N64 though? And one of my buddies sells it though. Is Dinosaur Planet. Nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was an easy one to remove.
So a buddy of mine actually sells reproduction copies of Dinosaur Planet with the Dino mod applied, so it's actually like playable.
Is it playable to completion?
Yes.
Nice.
He charges like $60 for each cartridge, and he only sells at conventions. And funny enough, for some reason, I just never have $60 on me when I find him to buy the damn cartridge. Because I end up with me, I always say like, oh, I'll just carry like $200-300. I'm not gonna spend all that money. Yeah, that doesn't work that way, especially after day one. That's just wishful thinking.
Don't know if I opened that up enough.
You did not. That thing hits like a shotgun. You basically cock it like 1-2.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. That looks good enough.
Oh, look at that little dot right there. Kind of came out of something. All right, yep. That looks pretty good to me. So, get a battery. Big hole is positive. Positive is side with writing. Just go through the holes. Oops. Got that leg a bit bent. That'd be alright.
It'd be a little tricky to get it in these in the N64 cartridge. What always kind of bothers me about using the TAD batteries, and it's mainly because I'm just used to using the sockets. It's that I expect the battery to sit flush with the board, but then I had to remind myself it doesn't.
Yeah, it raises off the board a bit. The Game Boy ones don't.
Yeah, the Game Boy ones sit flush.
I made a wee teeny bit of a scratch with my on the green, just a green portion of the PCB with these pointy tweezers. That'll be okay. Okay, so flex now, yes?
Yes. Just a dab.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like this more viscous flux compared to what I usually see in whatever videos I see with soldering, or what I believe Coury was using the more liquid type flux as well.
I didn't see what he used, but most likely he probably did use no clean liquid flux, which again, liquid flux is fine. It's just you don't have a large window of time to use it because
Right.
I think it has isopropyl mixed into it, so it's gonna evaporate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I did it.
At least with Ocarina of Time, I actually know how you can test the save.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can save at any point.
Yeah.
And also, it might
correctly.
automatically save as soon as you enter your name. I'm not sure.
No, it does not.
Okay, I guess this one's good enough to just clean with a Q-tip. Didn't burn nothing. Ooh. I feel like that looks good. I feel like just because it's the bigger pad, I guess, it always looks a little cleaner what I've done on the positive pad.
Yeah. Did Little Try ever think he would be doing stuff like this when he bought the game day one? Probably not.
No. I mean, I'm not sure I even entirely believed the whole thing that like, oh, these batteries there's batteries in your cartridge and they're going to eventually die. Just like I didn't fully believe that input lag was real. These things are real.
It's not a conspiracy theory. We're not all Clark with his little tinfoil hat.
But I mean, back before these things were real problems or I had been exposed to them, I was like, what? No.
Well, back then these weren't problems because the batteries were still within a functional time frame.
And honestly, the crazy thing is, like, most cartridges I have still have saves. Like, these batteries are still working. But it's just that it's at the point where they are so old that you just can't trust it. You can't be like I am not going to boot up Ocarina of Time and decide like I'm going to play through this cartridge again without replacing the battery because I know that battery. Well, for one, I have I know for certain that this cart has lost saves.
Yeah.
So I know that. And furthermore, even if it hadn't, it's like if I know this game uses a battery. Oh, I got to put it. This stupid little like protector separator thing on N64 cartridges always trips me up.
It's keyed in a specific way. It's like very subtle, but if you look closely, one of the side posts is slightly closer to the edge than the other.
Yeah, and it's so hard to see. It's so hard to see. So I always do it the wrong way.
It's one of those things that you don't notice unless you stare at the cartridge long enough to notice that one post is slightly closer than the other.
Okay, actually, I think I had it right the first time. Come on. Come on. Sorry, I'm doing this off camera. It's just easier. I am putting the cartridge in.
Now, the one thing I don't like about
Right,
N64
right?
cartridges, to be honest, is that like I've gotten plenty of dead N64 cartridges that turned out the pads actually broke off. Like I don't know what happened in the process, but it's like Nintendo got really cheap when doing the N64 cartridges.
The pads broke. Like what broke off?
The actual the solder pads, like they would just disconnect. Because there were times where like I'll inspect the board and I'll notice, oh wait a minute, this pad's no longer connected to the trace. It's almost like it took impact damage.
Wow. Man. It's a stupid puzzle putting N64 carts back in place. There we go. What? Nope.
But you're good at Puyo Puyo. How can you not be good at putting things back together?
I don't know if I'm that good at Puyo Puyo. Oh my gosh. I've flipped this thing so many times. It's so annoying. Okay. Okay. I think it's in. And of course, these have the heat shield. Wonder how necessary that really is. Like, it's kind of funny that N64 games have a heat shield or an RF shield, or I guess
FCC compliance.
We can't have no N64 cartridges interfering with broadcast radio.
Can you imagine you're like driving through the beach, beach, just having a good time, then all of a sudden you just hear woo woohoo coming out of your radio. Mamma mia. Oh.
Well, I would be having an even better time if I heard that.
If I just heard Super Mario 64 coming out of my radio.
No need to open that one though, because that's an EEPROM.
True. Although annoyingly, I've had to repair a Mario 64 recently because its EEPROM died. It doesn't happen often, but the EEPROM can die on it. The annoying part about it is you have to pull it from another donor.
Ah. I hope this system is hooked up. I swapped things around a bit.
Then it turns out that it's one of the systems that have enhanced S-Video.
There it is.
And with no controller.
You get out a controller.
Wait, you don't got a blue retro?
Actually, let me get out one of these.
Oh, this reminds me. I got Coury's box out yesterday, so hopefully my patch job for his N64 was good.
All right. Here we go. No saves, of course.
It's too real to be real.
All right. Of course, the opening cutscene's not skippable.
Nope. You guys sit down and watch it all play out.
Yep. But hey, I haven't ruined any carts yet. We know that much. I mean, it's actually worked every time.
Well, I think the difference is that, like, I'm here. You have someone here to, like, kind of break it down step by step.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, most other people, they're like, "Whoa, I'll just copy what I see on YouTube."
Well, what I think I might do actually is either like shoot some new footage or take snippets from this stream and make kind of like a step-by-step, just to like, and make it into a YouTube short, if nothing else, to give myself something to reference in the future, right?
Right. You could do that. Well, like just like you could also just take bits and pieces from this stream and just turn it into a short.
Yeah, one or the other. I'll consider doing something like that.
Because I'm pretty sure later on when you scan through this stream, you're gonna see a point where it's like when you went off screen, I decided to get really close to the mic and start whispering to it. Everyone was like Fenris After Hours.
Well, we are after hours now. We don't go after midnight very often.
And now comes the part where it's like, oh, we're showing off how 3D this all is.
Whoa, whoa. And then it actually was 3D on the 3DS.
Yeah. Well, like this whole section is 3D, so
Yeah.
it's
It's just not stereoscopic 3D.
Yeah, it's not stereoscopic 3D. It's only like certain parts of Ocarina of Time where they got lazy and just used pre-rendered backgrounds. I think they did it with they mainly did it with Hyrule Castle Market, as well as the Temple of Time. I'm trying to think of any other instance where they used pre-rendered.
Good night, Aerial Aces. Hello, MLiG. Wake up. No, it's time to go to bed.
I remember I was trying to see if I could play through Ocarina of Time to completion on my 30th birthday.
Ah.
And I think I got up to the Forest Temple, and then I just basically went to bed.
I did play through the whole game, like the first day of summer break, 1 year, either in high school or college. I didn't 100% it, but I did play through the whole thing.
I think you can actually just save right here.
Yeah, I know. I like backflipping off of Link's house.
Fair enough. I do too.
All right, let's turn it off, pop it out for a few seconds, and see what happens. I think it would be fun as heck now that I've like replaced this to just see how far I could get in one night of streaming in this game.
Well, you can beat this game in a single sitting. It's not like a super long game.
Well, like I said, I did it one day, first day of summer break in high school or college once. So,
yeah. In my case, it was just like the reason why I didn't complete it in one sitting was because I spent all day. I spent all day going out shopping and stuff like that, getting some cartridges that I need for my collection. And then by the time I got home, I sat down, started a game, and I just could not get past. I couldn't go past midnight because at this point in time, the way I'm wired is midnight for me is bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
Because Monday to Friday I have a full-time job where I work an evening shift, kind of, sort of. So I already have like a whole routine, like be in bed by midnight, wake up at 7:30, take a shower, eat breakfast, be out of the house by 10, and basically just start my work day. I don't know how I was able to do it when I was younger.
All right, well, I think that was pretty successful. You don't think I'll find anything too different or surprising inside an NES cartridge? You know, I've got my Dragon Warrior 4 here, which that's the only one that I've played the DS version, but I've never played the NES version. I'd like to play through that, but again, you know, it's like kind of risky to do it without changing the battery. And you know, like my Genesis carts, you warned me about GBA, lots of tight components, be aware.
Yeah. So there's no difference with like NES, SNES, and Genesis, and even N64. The only ones that can get kind of weird are like the EA Genesis cartridges. But again, that's and even then, it's like it only gets weird if we're talking about like trying to use a socket. But if you're using like regular through-hole batteries, it's all the same.
Cool. Well, I have definitely learned something today that hopefully I can put to use many times in the future, and I'm looking forward to actually like, you know, using some of these cartridges. I've been playing off a lot of like Super Nintendo RPGs just because, you know, the batteries aren't replaced. Coury did replace my Lufia 1 and 2 and Breath of Fire 1 and 2. So
next stream, try learns how to install screens on all his other handhelds.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Battery is as far as I intend to take this for now. But, you know, I will probably leave this setup here. It's in the way of me doing much work because, as you can see, I'm sitting at my office desk like I do during streams when Coury is the one playing. You know, so I don't want to leave this here long, but you know, I probably do want to change a few higher priority batteries before I put this away. Maybe I'll work on that tomorrow, and you know, I'll put it away and pull it back out when I need to, and hopefully I'll make a YouTube short or something to remind myself of the steps necessary.
Oh, good stuff, man. I mean, it was fun going through this with you.
Yeah. Well, thanks again for not only advising me on all the supplies necessary to get started, but also joining me and walking me through it. And I had hoped to maybe get through more cartridges than I did, but obviously we were talking and being very careful and meticulous about the steps. So that's understandable, and I think I am equipped to do it off stream now. So thanks so much for walking me through it and understanding what was kind of what were, you know, kind of the right steps for me. You know, I could maybe do it this way or that way, but you know, this will be easier for me as a beginner and stuff like that. So I appreciate the learnings.
Of course, it was I like to help out when I can. So, you know, I've been doing this for like 12 years at this point. So, you know, I don't mind like giving my knowledge to other people, because the way I look at it is like, if we gatekeep knowledge, then we just don't learn anything at that point.
Yeah.
So, granted, the only tricky part was just at that point was just trying to find equivalents to my own equipment that I know actually work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But managed to get it done. We got some batteries in, and now you have the knowledge and know-how to change your own batteries, and hopefully you don't scorch your fingers.
I don't. I won't. I will endeavor to not get overconfident. But anyway, thanks again, everyone. Go watch Fenris's modding videos on his YouTube channel that I have helpfully shown over his icon there on the stream layout. Just Fenris Wolf Retro. You can see mods done to some of mine and Corey's very own systems.
And I got more of their systems on the way.
Yeah, look forward to that Virtual Boy action. Yeah, his new video today, like we said earlier, was modding Corey's AV Famicom. So, which includes the expansion audio balance fix.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's I think Stefan was talking about backloggery, saying see you tomorrow, but I did start, just to let people know, I did start doing regular Twitch streams this week, like Corey has been doing in the mornings. I've started doing them in the afternoons. I've been doing 1 o'clock, but I might consider maybe doing 2 o'clock or something instead. I mean, they're very, very casual and not like super, strictly scheduled or anything, but my focus has been on actually making a progress on my indie game backlog. So I've been playing Berserk Boy like for 2 hours in the afternoon, and I'll probably take another couple of streams to finish it, but it's been fun. So it's been fun getting into that. They've been very casual. So anyone wants to poke their head into the chat room over on the My Life in Gaming Twitch to see some of that, both for Corey in the mornings and me in the afternoons. I believe I will probably get back, continue tomorrow. So I believe that is a notification for someone following on Twitch right now. So, but anyway, rambled on for long enough, far enough past midnight. Need to get ready to go to bed. So, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for everyone who sent in super chats. And we'll hopefully see you throughout the week on those MLiG Twitch streams, the Backloggery Twitch stream, and of course, Corey will be back for the stream next Sunday. So, good night.
Good night.